छोटा हो सफर, चाहे लंबे फासले, अब रुकना नहीं, दुनिया बदले चले। नन्हे नन्हे कदमों में बड़े बड़े अरमान है, चल तू निडर उड़ान भर, अब खुले आसमान है। बैठे बैठे जिंदगी में होता नहीं कुछ भी, चट्टानों को चीरती चलती नदी ही। जुनू तेरा जुनू मेरा, कहे अब रुकना नहीं, बढ़ते चले। हर दिन लाखों लोग जुनू लिए बढ़ रहे हैं आगे, और हर सफर में उनके साथ हैं उबर, बढ़ते चले।
More than a decade ago, a group of entrepreneurs got together with an idea to transform India's infrastructure industry forever. Thanks to their efforts and focus, in the year 2008, Amrit Cement was born as a state-of-the-art company focused on effectively fulfilling the region's cement needs. Since its inception, Amrit Cement has invested in special equipment and key infrastructure while acquiring a strong foothold in Northeast India with the corporate office in Kolkata, a manufacturing site in Meghalaya, regional office at Guwahati, and its registered office in Shillong. Our current production capacity is at 1 MTPA clinker, which is estimated to rise 3 MTPA clinker. Combined with our diverse and high-quality product range, two distinct cement variants, that is OPC and PPC, grade 53 and grade 43. We have managed to rise to the top while competing with industry leaders and established players of our region. Our vision is to be a world-class cement entity by leading through excellence and cultivating a culture of mutual trust and respect. Our mission is a commitment to be more than just a cement company. We want to ensure happy employees, prosperous stakeholders, satisfied customers, a greener environment, and a progressive society. Our experienced leadership and skilled workforce have worked together to ensure our business strategy's perfect execution, achieving our vision, boosting our operation efficiency, and bringing the best results. What makes us an industry leader is a combination of several factors. A young workforce with unbridled energy, enthusiasm, and modern worldviews. An open-door policy that guarantees an uncontrolled flow of ideas and opinions all across. A world-class quality lab ensuring that every product is tested and verified, meeting our high-quality standards. We understand the importance and advantages of technology. That is why we have made conscious efforts to bring the most cutting-edge technology solutions for everybody's benefit. We pioneered the use of SAP in the whole of the northeastern cement industry. SAP is an enterprise and resource planning software incorporated into our business right from day one. Not a single manual order has been made since its inception, allowing us to stay ahead of the curve. We have collaborated with HR Mantra, a leading HR service and payroll software. Their latest technology and user-friendly interface make all HR functions completely digitized. Using their app, employees quickly access daily data with a button click. HR Mantra keeps you connected from anywhere. To enhance our workforce's skills, we have partnered with Skillsoft's Percipio platform, an online learning center where you can train, learn, and test your knowledge. It is one of the highest-rated platforms worldwide, driving higher learning engagement with its My Time Learning feature available for everybody. Our partnership with Infido, the Amber AI chatbot, helps us talk with employees confidentially to identify employees who are unhappy, disengaged, or facing any concerns. Employees can confidentially share difficult and complex issues, their thoughts and opinions with this smart AI to get human-centric responses in real time. Salesforce and sales apps like Amrit Bandhu, Amrit Dealer Force, and Amrit Branding help our sales team handle our customers' needs while simplifying stakeholders' lives by providing transparency and real-time information of orders placed, dispatched, location of load, billing, and more. Integration of Freight Tiger and Autoplant with Amrit Center has optimized and digitized logistics. These smart solutions help manage all truck movement from factory to warehouse to dealers and even to sub-dealers, creating on-time delivery with transparency. Our employees love and appreciate our unique HR initiatives and policies for their benefit. That is why they report high job satisfaction. We emphasize maintaining a work-life balance. We celebrate every occasion together with love and respect. We bring fun to the workplace, ensuring a relaxing atmosphere. Our host of learning opportunities empowers our smart workforce to rise faster up the career ladder. Amrit Cement's dedication to quality, customer satisfaction, technology, and societal developments has helped it win several awards, including India 500 Best Brand Award in December 2020, West Bengal's Best Employer Brand Award, the CII and Tata DX Summit Award for Best Practice in Digital Transformation, and more. Amrit Cement is not just a cement manufacturing company. We transcend beyond that. We are a community of individuals who are not afraid to push the boundaries, dream big, and beat a path for the rest of the industry players. Would you like to be part of something bigger? We at Amrit Cement say, welcome aboard.
Our planet is at breaking point. Without action, global temperatures could rise by 2 degrees with catastrophic consequences. Rapidly increasing urban populations have led to unsustainable increases in harmful emissions and gridlocked cities. As we recover from a global pandemic, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to radically change the way we move. But the clock is ticking. We must work together to reimagine, rebuild, and transform the way cities move, using the latest technology to make urban mobility greener, smarter, safer, and more accessible without further delay. As representatives of the mobility sector, we are signing up to 6 commitments we believe hold the key to a sustainable future.
We commit to helping cities make access to shared and electric mobility easy and affordable for all. Moving sustainably should be a right, not a privilege.
We commit to using our platforms to complement and extend the reach of public transport, ensuring it remains the backbone of urban mobility networks.
We commit to net zero emissions from our mobility services by 2035 at the latest. Rapid decarbonisation is the only way to save our planet for the future.
We commit to using our technology to support Vision Zero. The status quo of motor vehicle crashes and fatalities is unacceptable, and we need to work together to change that.
We commit to collaborating with cities on multimodal, zero-emission transportation that utilizes data to create smart, integrated mobility ecosystems to achieve their sustainability goals.
We are committed to actively cooperate with policymakers on the introduction of transformative new modes of transport to address the mobility challenges of today while serving the needs of tomorrow.
We all have a responsibility to ensure there is no return to business as usual.
We promised to build you a whole new world. We took up the initiative of building the first privately owned and managed greenfield airport city in India. Situated on the Golden Quadrilateral of India, along National Highway 2 and proximate to Ondal Railway Station under Ludhiana Dankuni Freight Corridor. Within a region that has contributed 7% of the Indian economy, we promised to build you an incredible township within a township, a smart new phase of industrial growth in Bengal, an incredible residential zone with modern lifestyles and bigger opportunities. And we are happy to say we have kept our word. Welcome to Sujalam Sky City, BAPL's dream of an aerotropolis, now a reality. KNIA covered under Government of India's Udan 3 scheme, a state-wise RCS connectivity, Powered by the Government of West Bengal through WBIDC and Changi Airports International, Sujalam Sky City is an advanced township that will pave the way for a highly developed Bengal. We have kept industrial development at the forefront with 493 acres of industrial park with large-scale multimodal logistic hubs by renowned industry operators partnering with us and renowned companies like Hiranandani helping us to keep pace with the modern logistical and industrial requirements of a budding township and thereby usher in a new era of economic development. Sujalam Sky City is truly geared to be the new face of an industrially progressive Bengal. We have balanced the industrial growth with equally impressive 258 acres of institutional development, right from aesthetic public spaces, state-of-the-art healthcare and wellness facilities, star category business hotels from reputed hotel chains to major schools, boarding facilities, spiritual institutions and more in the pipeline. And keeping pace with the above modern lifestyle is our 472 acres of high-quality residential development. Bungalow plots, high-rises, affordable housing and a whole lot more. The residential areas are under full-fledged construction and will soon be ready for its future-forward residents. BAPL's joint development project with Infraco Asia for affordable housing is indeed a giant leap towards developing a self-sustained residential community. True to our promise to you, Sujalam Sky City is shaping up to be the finest testament of Bengal's growth story. Experience the future. Walk into a whole new world. Welcome to Sujalam Sky City, a project by Bengal Aerotropolis. Tata Metallics is a leading manufacturer of world-class pig iron and ductile iron pipes. Commissioned in 1994, Tata Metallics is one of the stars of the global conglomerate, the Tata Group. Like a crusader, Tata Metallics has overcome many challenges to rise like a phoenix, successfully consolidated its leadership position in the industry with the vision of reaching tomorrow first. Tata Metallics has ensured sustainable growth through its 6 strategic business priorities. Empowered by the state-of-the-art manufacturing facility at Kharagpur, the company has embarked on the path of cost leadership through operational excellence, productivity enhancement, and resource optimization. The organization aspires to be the supplier of choice, engaging with customers to enhance our offerings and provide differentiated customer experiences. Customer centricity is at the core of Tata Metallics. The company reaches out to its domestic and international customers with world-class products and services. Listening and learning, thereby ensuring that the solutions are customized to optimize the unique needs and expectations of each of the customers. Tata FE brand of energy-efficient pig iron and Tata Ductura brand of ductile iron pipes, along with customized technical services, have been designed to deliver customer delight. With its robust people practices, engagements and initiatives, it is creating a culture of learning, teamwork and collaboration. Tata Metallics is a learning organization poised on the path of continuous improvement. Automation and digitization processes are the pivot to innovate and excel. Conserving resources efficiently by actively following a reduce, reuse, recycle principle towards sustainable growth. Driven by a strong sense of social commitment, Tata Metallics has undertaken numerous initiatives and programs designed to enhance and improve the quality of life of the communities around Kharagpur and Kolkata. Tata Metallics has been widely recognized and awarded for its excellence and achievements. Tata Metallics is future ready to take on the ever-challenging global demands, setting new paradigms of excellence, touching lives. Tata Metallics, reaching tomorrow first.
For over 100 years, we've been making connections that drive rail forward. We connect our passion for rail to complex problems, to connect people, to connect industry, to connect cities, to change what's possible. We define industry standards on railways around the world.
Good afternoon, Shaikat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Devan. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Doctor.
Sorry, yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sorry.
Hi, Rono. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Devan. Hi,
Good
Amitabh.
afternoon. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Sunil.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Amitabh. Good afternoon, Mr.
Hi,
Dasari.
Shaikat.
Hi, Mr. Khosla. How are you?
Thank you.
So I think we are just on the edge of starting. One more minute and we'll move.
Sure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Saran.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. And we're just starting off in a minute.
Thank you. Yes.
Chairman, with your permission, we'll
Yes.
get into the session.
Yes, Shaikat, we can start. Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome all our participants and our very, very key speakers from the aviation sector. Welcome to the East India Summit and our session on the aviation infrastructure. We've had a very, very successful last 4 days of program on key aspects of developing infrastructure connectivity and investments in the East and the Northeast part of India. And I think there's nothing better than to actually fly to the skies with the aviation session, which is our closing session in every possible way. We have had exceptional participation over the exhibition, the conferences, the state sessions and the country sessions. And I'd take this opportunity to thank all of you to be a part of this very, very large program that we've had, an engagement. Without much ahead, I'll invite Mr. Vijay Devan, Chairman for the CI Eastern Region, and if not anything else, possibly our inspiration to get this huge thing off the ground, It's been a mammoth effort, and I think Mr. Diwan had actually inspired us to lead this. So, Mr. Diwan, all yours onwards.
So thank you, Shaikat. It is all possible because of the secretariat and the leadership which you have provided. So thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. A warm welcome to all of you for our final session, which is on the aviation infrastructure as part of the maiden edition of the East India Summit. On behalf of CII East and on my personal behalf, I especially welcome Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, our distinguished speakers and delegates. The summit, let me tell you, has so far attracted over 4,000 participants spread over 6 days. The East India Summit is the biggest infrastructure summit in the East. This is the first time that all the Eastern states have come together on a single platform, along with 8 participating countries, which are United Kingdom, United States of America, France, Australia, Japan, South Korea, and our neighbors, Bangladesh and Nepal. The Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, works to create and sustain an environment which is conducive to the development of India, partnering industry, government, and civil society. CII East's theme for 2021 is actually based on 5 I's, which is image, innovation, infrastructure, investment, and inclusiveness. To bring a global focus in the East, we need to work on building a new image, which is based on the ease of doing business and obtaining leadership in sustainability. Today's program is actually divided into 4 sessions. Session 1, the Eastern and Northeastern region as a cross-border linkage for BIMSTAC and ASEAN. Session 2 is future-ready airports. Session 3, cargo infrastructure, outlook, issues and opportunities. And lastly, we have session 4, which is business scope for civil MRO in Eastern and Northeastern India. In the opening session, you will hear from key airlines like Indigo, AirAsia, Emirates, and Qatar, their views on the possibility of increasing linkages to and from this region into the neighboring countries. The second session will bring together experiences of companies like GMR, Noida International Airport, Bengal Aerotropolis, and British Aviation Group in the development of modern airports. In the third session later in the day, you hear from AII Cargo Logistics and Allied Services, Airport Authority of India, Spice Express, and Toll Group on the development of air cargo and creation of world-class cargo infrastructure. In the final session, we have Air India Engineering Services, Lufthansa Technik, Boeing India, SCLA, and ATMA on the growing interest for developing world-class MRO facilities in the East. India is expected to become the world's 3rd largest aviation market by 2024. India is also positioned to be a transportation and cargo hub between the southeast of Asia and the consumption countries of Europe and the Americas. As per CAPA, domestic air passenger traffic in India is expected to surge 52% this fiscal, while international passenger traffic is expected to rise 60%, rebounding from the turbulence caused by the pandemic. Overall passenger traffic is, however, expected to remain well below the figures recorded in FY20, that is prior to the COVID-19 outbreak. India expects about 80 million passengers to fly within the country and 16 million passengers to travel overseas this fiscal, up from 53 million domestic passengers and 10 million international passengers during FY21. This figure, however, is well below the 138 million passengers who flew on the domestic routes and 67 million passengers who took international flights during FY20. Airlines in India are likely to incur a consolidated loss of about $4.1 billion, and combined with FY21-22, this actually increases to about $8 billion as a result of the pandemic. This will leave several airline operators struggling to recover from 2 consecutive years of massive losses. The industry is in a high cost of money environment at a time when it can least afford it. High crude prices and currency depreciation are also a large disadvantage at this moment. And Indian aviation at this stage will have to find new ways to remain liquid, new ways to enhance revenue, and new ways to improve efficiency. The government, on its part, should not delay the inclusion of ATF and GST in the 5% slab. It should also remove any regulatory barrier on the airline commercial decision-making, like fixing of tariffs to give them immediate relief. The state governments, particularly in the East, including West Bengal, must support inclusion of ATF in GST. On its part, the central government must suitably compensate any state losses. The vaccination program, as we all know, has been a super success, and over 900 million first doses have been a success, have been administered. And this gives government the space to lift the cap on capacity with immediate effect, and this also must be done. On the air cargo side of the business, air cargo has seen a steady rise on a year-to-year basis, including inching towards pre-COVID level numbers. Between April and June 2021, carriers from India carried over 738 metric tons of freight, a 141% increase compared to the same period last year, supported largely by pharma and e-commerce deliveries. India, with its unique geographical advantages, has the potential to be a massive cargo hub for the entire region. But the lack of larger, dedicated freighter airline sector has been a significant handicap. The airports and the state government can play a major role in developing freighter hub carriers and transforming India into a logistic nerve center. The National Cargo Policy 2019 plans to create transportation hubs at all major airports in the run-up to 2025. The goal for Indian airports is to handle about 10 million tons of cargo by this year, almost triple the current rate. Cargo has proven itself to be a key revenue generator for the airlines from India in the chaos and duress of the pandemic. And now the stage is set for the air cargo to grow into a fast-growing industry to achieve India's overall goal of achieving $5 trillion economy by 2025. To encourage cargo operations, it is also essential, like I said about the GST, to also provide excise and VAT exemptions, at least for a period of 1 year, and also to allow self-handling of cargo at both the AII and private airports to help reduce costs and to actually propel growth. There is also a need to connect all airports to rail networks for faster passenger and cargo movements to create world-class logistic infrastructure. The government of India has launched, as we all know, the UDAN scheme to make flying affordable for the common man. In February 21, the government identified 24 routes in Assam under the first phase of UDAN 4. In March 21, the Government of India, Ministry of Civil Aviation, has proposed 392 routes under UDAN 4.1 bidding process. The eastern states must take advantage of the UDAN scheme and open more airports. The board of AII has given approval to private airports under the National Monetization Pipeline Scheme. The government is aiming for private investment of over 3,600 crores in airports by 2025. Airports approved for privatization at the moment are Bhubaneswar, Varanasi, Amritsar, Trichy, Indore, Raipur, Jharsuguda, Gaya, Kushinagar, Kanga, Tirupati, Jabalpur, and Jalagaon. The bids are expected for these airports, these 13 airports, by early 2022. FDI flows in India also look very encouraging, despite the fact that we were in the pandemic year. The FDI inflows into India reached US $2.95 billion in FY21. This is expected to rise to about $6 billion by FY23. It is a clear advantage India to be the third largest in aviation by 2024. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Mr. Amitabh Khosla, Country Head, IATA, to conduct the first segment of this session. Over to you, Mr. Khosla.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dewan. Thanks for kicking off the session and setting the stage very effectively, covering a lot of, I'm sure, the issues, the concerns, which will come up during the course of this extended session on aviation. Would also like to thank CII, for hosting us, for having us here and setting up this forum. To all the attendees who are joining in for this, the CII East India Summit, welcome to the session, which is dedicated to aviation. And we are privileged for this session to be joined by a very high-powered panel of leaders whose collective experience in aviation, well, I had started to calculate, but I finally gave up on that. But for the next 55 over minutes, we have this panel of leaders from commercial airlines who will address on how can the airline industry play a meaningful role in the development of air connectivity in the Northeast and in Eastern region in India. Just by way of short introduction, my name is Amitabh Khosla, and I head up IATA in India. IATA is the International Air Transport Association, which is a global trade body for the airline industry. So I'm delighted to start off our first panel with airline leaders, and I'll keep my opening remarks limited and just make two short points. One being on the region of focus today, which is the East and the Northeast. This region, to my mind, remains a region of great untapped potential in India. This may be true for many sectors, and it's also true for aviation. But what is also evident is that enhancing air connectivity and focusing on aviation infrastructure, we believe will greatly benefit the economic development of this region. And that's really the economic multiplier impact argument of investments in aviation and about aviation being an engine of growth. The second point, and I think Mr. Dewan made it very effectively already, is that IATA's own long-term passenger forecast, it reveals that India will grow to become the third largest aviation market in the world. Was supposed to be 2024, but I think COVID has delayed some of those projections. But in the over the course of the mid-2020s, we will see India emerging as the third largest aviation market, and it will rank right behind US and China for the foreseeable future. So as India's aviation market grows, so too will, I believe, the need for East and the Northeast in India to play their own part in this growth story. And of course, we are holding this session in the backdrop of the devastation in traffic that has been caused by COVID, but we expect the resurgence to be just as strong as we have seen in the case of domestic aviation market in India. And we hope to see that in the case of international traffic as well. So starting off, and introducing the panel, the high-powered panel that we have today, I'd like to start with you, Mr. Rono Datta. And by way of introduction, Mr. Rono Datta is the CEO of Indigo Airline. He's also the chairman of CII's National Committee on Civil Aviation, is also on the board of governors of IATA. So Rono, a warm welcome to you. Thanks for joining this panel. And I understand that you've just returned from attending the board meeting and the annual general meeting of IATA, which was held in Boston earlier this week. And I thought I'll kick off this discussion with, for you to speak about maybe a broader picture, which is one about just in case there are any takeaways from the IATA AGM and the deliberations that the global airline CEOs were having in terms of, what are the issues top of mind of the global airline CEO community. That's one part of it, but also to do with your recent travel. And, this industry is really founded on travel. So I thought I'll also check with you what your travel experience has been in this quick turnaround segment that you did between Delhi and Boston. What was the itinerary like, and what did you think of all the COVID protocols and restrictions around vaccinations, testing, quarantine, if at all? And where do you see some areas for improvement? So over to you, Rona.
Thank you, Amitav, and thank you again for inviting me on this panel. I'd like to start by complimenting Mr. Vijay Devan on his wonderful summary of aviation. I mean, I don't think I could have done it any better. He touched on passengers, airport privatization, cargo, self-handling, taxation. Oh my God, that was a very comprehensive summary of aviation. So thank you for that, Mr. Devan. To your question. So what happened at IATA? This was quite an eye-opener. And I think for the first time, the focus was squarely on climate change. And climate change makes for a depressing reading, especially if you're from the Indian subcontinent. Some of the points are crops are going to start withering. There'll be massive migration of people out of places like India and the Middle East because it'll become so uninhabitable. So it's a very sobering overview. It was not, the IATA meeting itself didn't give us this. This was almost background reading. But IATA then says, what are the airlines going to do about it? Airlines contribute about 3% of the overall global emissions. But people look at the other polluting industries, autos, cement, etc., and they have a game plan of some kind that the world finds acceptable. We'll reduce auto emissions, we'll go into electric cars, all of those various trends to reduce emissions. And now the focus is on airlines. Hey guys, what are you going to do? And we actually have three parts. We have reduce emissions being one, of course, sustainable aviation fuel being the second, and then offsets. And initially, maybe emissions and offsets could have some help, but ultimately, we really need sustainable aviation fuel. So a lot of discussion on that. We need lots of help from fuel companies. Indigo is working with the Petroleum Institute of India to try and make some headway. And it's not just for saving the planet, more selfishly and more narrowly. I think investors are like, we'll only invest in companies that have strong ESG. So that will be another big incentive for us to make sure we get our act right. So that was one takeaway. The other is, relatively, I have to say, India is in a better place. Some of the countries, Australia, Singapore come to mind, they really are in trouble. And maybe we got the COVID early and we got out of it early. So we're in a better place than most of the others. I'll take the third question. So what was it like traveling? It was tough. It was very tough. You get a COVID test here. I turn around in 48 hours and come back, but then I'm out of the window and then I need a COVID test there, and trying to get a COVID test in the middle of a conference, you can imagine. And then I come to the airport at Boston and the air switch, their form just won't load. I mean, I'm trying to get it loaded on my computer iPhone to show it to them. And the form just it keeps cycling and cycling and it won't load. I mean, it was quite difficult, I have to say. And as soon as I landed in India, I said, oh, thank God. And they say, no, now you need another COVID test. And I'm like, what? I just had one in Boston. No, line up there, take another COVID test. So it was painful. And I can imagine a family of 4 trying to get through all this. So we really need to try and rationalize and make this process a lot simpler. Back to you, Avintav.
All right, thanks a lot, Rona, for sharing both your takeaways from the IATA AGM as also your own travel experience recently. We'll bring in and introduce Mr. Sunil Bhaskaran. Sunil is, of course, the CEO of AirAsia India. Sunil is also the vice chair of CII's National Committee on Civil Aviation. So, Sunil, a warm welcome to you on this panel. And if I could, start by asking you to give us a sense of the post-COVID resumption, perhaps even cover, the decimation of services earlier with the onset of COVID, but also more on the optimism side of the story, the post-COVID resumption and restart of services. And if you could perhaps talk about, what AirAsia's experience has been, any insights on, the return of passenger confidence and, your network coming back on stream. Any of those, if you could please take us through your own experiences at AirAsia India.
Thank you, Amitabh. Thanks for having me on this panel. And I'm sure from what I heard, CII has put out a very good event over these past few days as far as covering all these issues around infrastructure. And I echo Rono's comment on Mr. Diwan's opening remarks. They were very well done and very comprehensive. To get back to the way Indian aviation has been impacted over the last now maybe 18 months, everybody knows that the two industries which have got hit the worst globally is hospitality and even worse, aviation. While sitting in the CII National Council, one realizes that maybe 92% of most of the industries have come back to the pre-pandemic levels, at the levels or better. Aviation is surely one which is still lagging. As far as Indian aviation is concerned, all of you are aware that we went into a full shutdown on the 25th of March. And even if a week before that, if you had asked any of the airline CEOs as to what would be the worst case impact, I don't think any of us had expected that all traffic would be shut down. And it was shut down for 2 months, and then it reopened in the last week of May. But here one must give compliments to the Indian government and all the stakeholders in the airline ecosystem, because I think compared to the rest of the world and the other countries, I think India got its act together the first and in the best possible manner. There are many stakeholders who are naturally not always working together in the best way, but to get out of this pandemic and to get flying, started again, and to build on the consumers' confidence on travel, I think all aspects of the airline ecosystem, airlines, airports, the regulator, the ministry, the Department of Health, because much of it was to do with how to address the health-related issues. I think India did a fantastic job, and probably among the best that I can think of, including countries in US, in America and Europe, and surely Southeast Asia. So that's one big positive. And I think we kicked off very well right on day one in terms of getting all the new protocols in place. And the change, as you are aware, is as significant as probably what happened after 9/11 for the security protocols which got changed. And most of us take security at the airports as granted today. And it was, significantly changed after 9/11. Similarly, this happened in India, and it's happened very well. One great takeaway from that, apart from, improving all the health-related norms to keep the pandemic away, was also to do with the deployment of digital. And I think that's one of the greatest things that India brings at scale, and whether it's the financial sector and so many others, where the kind of change which is happening at scale because of digital is quite fantastic. And in the airline business, if you had asked any of us prior to the reopening as to the web check-in, electronic web check-in, which all of us are trying to push, would move anywhere beyond 20-25%, people would have probably thought otherwise. But within days after reopening, we are running at high 95-100% of web check-in. The entire process of the airport has largely become contactless. I think some other work is happening because of which that will also improve. The second piece, in terms of how has traffic improved, the traffic improved till February to about 60-65% of the pre-COVID level, but the second wave hit us bad and it went back to almost the same levels as when it started. But the comeback after that has been far quicker than what it was in the first phase. So it's come back to about 50-55% level very quickly. But subsequently, over the last couple of months, it's been increasing just by 3% each. We expect from the bookings we see today that things look better for the coming couple of months. But we just need to be careful about, if there's not a third wave, which has pushed back domestic aviation in some of the countries that we are aware of. So broadly, this is what I want to cover, Amitabh. I think it's taken some time.
Now, many thanks, Sunil, for, explaining to us what the journey has been like during this.
So, Amitabh, just one more point, since we are talking about East and Northeast, I must mention that of the data that DGCA has after the second wave, when it went to the peak, the North and the Northeast had picked up higher than the overall pickup in the rest of the country.
Oh, wonderful. That's great to know. That's great to know. So thanks, Sunil. And I'll move on and, introduce Mr. Mohammad Sarhan. Mohammad is the Vice President for Emirates for India and Nepal. First of all, a very warm welcome to you, Mohammad. I understand you've just recently, in the past 1 month, been appointed as the VP for India and Nepal for Emirates. We wish you great success in your India assignment. And I'm sure that regularizing Emirates' strong India linkages after the disruption of COVID is something that you will successfully oversee, and we look forward to that. Just to kick off and bring you into the discussion, Mohammad, could you share from your perspective, from the perspective of Emirates, what the impact of the pandemic had been, and how is Emirates faring in terms of the restart of your operations, and how much have you accomplished till now, and when do you expect traffic to be equal to the pre-COVID levels?
Thank you very much, Amitabh, and thanks for having me as a part of the panel. And to start with your question, I join my fellow panelists. I'm sure the COVID-19 pandemic, like all other airlines, have hit us very hard, and it's something never happened before in the history of the airline industry. However, in Emirates, we're very agile, and we have resumed starting with cargo first. We have resumed our cargo operation immediately, where we were able to supply all the medical and necessary and essential items around the world. We actually have converted some of our passenger aircrafts to what we call mini freighters by removing their seats and loading on the floors. And they were flying all over the world, including India, of course. And at the same time, when things start to improve, we operated a lot of relief flights and evacuation flights. We managed, working with the authorities, of course, in India and around the world, to return a lot of citizens back to their home. And at the same time, we worked closely with other governments to restart our operation, of course, keeping the safety and the health of our customers as a top priority. Today, we resume 90% of our network compared to the pre-pandemic. We operate more than 120 destinations around the world, and that's including our nine points in India. We currently operate all of them, of course, under the bubble agreements between India and UAE. We've done a lot of initiatives to make things more comfortable and deliver the message to the customers that travel is safe. For example, to start with, we've introduced the multi-risk insurance, which includes the COVID-19 cover. And of course, we had a lot of initiatives around in our airports to ensure contactless travel, and of course, a lot of waivers and ease of ticketing and refunds and those things. Today, we see things are improving, and as borders are opening up and countries are relaxing their travel requirements, we see a lot of demand, and it's picking up. And one of the biggest destination now is Dubai, especially after hosting the mega event, Dubai Expo 2020. The sea demands is picking up very well. So yeah, we are just waiting for more government relaxations and ease of travel requirements around the world. Like Rono just mentioned his experience in traveling to Boston and back, and it's really difficult, but we look forward and things are looking much better.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thanks for addressing that. And I was just wondering, can I also check with you, since you talked about the bubbles and government relaxations? So what's your opinion on the air bubbles? And, I think from an India perspective, the government had wanted to use that as a mechanism to open up international travel. But how do you see air bubbles in an environment which traditionally has been on the back of bilateral air service agreements? Do you have a view on that?
Those all the bubble agreements and the safe corridors were very good at the beginning of the pandemic to facilitate travel and ensure very safe travel and to control the pandemic, of course. Nowadays, like we mentioned, the vaccination programs are up and running around the world. India have achieved massive numbers in vaccination, likewise in UAE and many other countries around the world. So we have that confidence around the world. And those bubble agreements now need to improve, get relaxed a little bit, and the travel restrictions definitely need to be relaxed. And until, of course, at some point, we return back to our bilaterals between the countries. So yes, the bubble agreements were necessary at the beginning of the pandemic, but now we see things are opening up, and travel is even the cases, COVID cases around the world are in much better shape now. Of course, we will keep all the protocols, all the necessary protocols of spacing, contactless travel. All these things are around there to protect our customers and ensure safe travel for all our customers. And yes, of course, bubble agreements now need to be relaxed and start to open up for travel to ensure the tourism and life back to normal.
All right. Thanks, Mohammed. And I think we can perhaps bid goodbye to the depressing topic of COVID with this by bringing in Mr. Rohit Mathur. Mr. Rohit Mathur is the founder and CEO of Heritage Aviation. And so a warm welcome to you, Rohit. You are in fact unique on this panel since your company specializes on providing its services on rotary wings rather than all the other fixed wing panelists here. So I thought I'll check with you, as a helicopter operator in India, could you give us a sense of what is the industry and industry size? And if you have any insights, from Heritage that you may have gathered on commercial viability of helicopter operations or the passenger segments that you attract, or even the operational requirements that may be very specific for helicopter operations. Could you give us a sense of that, Rohit?
Thank you, Amitabh. Thanks a lot. And thank you to my previous panelists who have spoken, all senior gentlemen. I will say that, helicopter industry right now in India is still in a very nascent stage. So practically, if you say the helicopter fleet available in the civil market is about 170, 180 aircraft which are available. Out of that, most of them are for VIP or self-use or for state governments. Actual helicopters available for charter flights or point-to-point connectivity is less than 100. So in a country of a size like India, my personal sense is that minimum 500 helicopters should be there in India. You will be surprised to know that presently most of the helicopter operations that are taking place in India are either for VIP or corporate charter flights or for some pilgrimage flights which are happening in Kedarnath, Badrinath sector or Vaishno Devi, Amarnath sectors. Helicopter emergency medical services is one area where our presence is zero. So in a country like India, there's not a single helicopter available for emergency medical evacuation. So we are doing medical evacuation, but those are not certified for medical evacuation. So what I will say that this is whatever is being happening right now is only jugaad. There is not a single dedicated helicopter available for emergency medical evacuation, whereas I feel at least 50 to 100 helicopters can easily be accommodated within a country of a size like India, with the help of the state governments, with the help of other agencies like National Highways Authority. So there's huge potential for helicopters being utilized in medical services. The second area is helicopter utilization in point-to-point connectivity. And I'm very grateful to Government of India for bringing out UDAN scheme, which in every way is very supportive of the helicopter industry. And we are going to start 4 sectors under the UDAN scheme in providing point-to-point connectivity in the Northeast, starting with Guwahati. And we'll be connecting some areas of Assam and some areas of Meghalaya. Probably within next 2 months, we will start these sectors. I think there's huge potential for utilizing helicopters in last mile connectivity, and particularly in all the hill states where it is very difficult to make airports. And making an airport is a huge infrastructure challenge, whereas a good helipad which can have 2 to 4 helicopters can be made in less than 1 crore rupees. And many of the state governments like in Uttarakhand or Himachal have now started making a lot of helipads in every district. So in Uttarakhand, because it's a very disaster prone state, they are making a lot of helipads in every district so that they can be used during the disaster period for relief and rescue. Otherwise also it can be utilized for providing tourism activities. So similarly, there's huge potential in the Northeast for helicopter services. I think today, Amitabh, if anybody in the country wants to hire a helicopter in the entire East, you will have to ferry the helicopter from Delhi. Not a single helicopter is available in the entire East India. Even in the South India, if you say you want a helicopter in Kerala, maybe you will have to ferry from Bangalore or maybe Hyderabad. There's just 1 or 2 helicopters available. So the penetration is very, very less. I think there's huge potential possible. I went to Brazil and I found that in Sao Paulo alone has got 700 to 800 helicopters. New York City alone has got more than 500 helicopters. So I think the potential is immense. We just need to liberalize a little bit of policies. Although last few years there's a lot of action on this front from the government. Even DGCA and the ministry are having too much discussions with the industry and are open to relaxing rules, regulations. So a lot of action is happening. I can see that in next 1 or 2 years, very good results will be coming in.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Rohit. Thanks for giving us a perspective on helicopter operations as well. So coming back to you, Rona, the theme for this session is the East and the Northeast. And I see from your bio that, you're somebody who grew up in this region itself. You grew up in Meghalaya. You went to St. Edmund's School in Shillong, studied in IIT Kharagpur. So, you have that emotional connect with the region. So can we know from you, coming from the region and connected with the region, so do you have a view on what would you like to see happen in the East and in the Northeast from a travel, aviation, infrastructure development perspective? And then similarly, do you believe aviation has a role in this region's development? So just your views and a perspective on the East and the Northeast, and what can we do better?
Okay, and you're absolutely right. When people say the word home, I've lived, I don't know, in 12 different cities. When they say home, I think of Shillong. So yes, I have a strong attachment to the place. To the issue of what can we do? There's the potential and there's the reality. And I think the potential is immense. And I think we have not been able to leverage it enough to get to the reality. I think Mr. Dewan was talking about the 5 I's, and one of those was investment. And I think the East and the Northeast desperately needs a lot of investment. So let's start with what is the basis for any economic activity. And I would say ultimately it really comes down to geography. Venice was Venice, sort of the heart of the Mediterranean because of its location. Singapore is Singapore because of its location. The East and Northeast has a huge geographical advantage if we are truly willing to look east. India looked east back in the time of Ashoka, I think, when we were big in Cambodia, Laos, all these places. Then for the next 400 years, we only looked west. And now really it is time to look east. And Indigo tried to play its own small little part. And I'll give you a couple of examples. We looked at pilgrimage tourism. And we said Hajj is such a big factor in terms of tourism. Jerusalem is such a draw for tourism. Well, what about the whole Buddhist circuit? Why can't we develop it much, much more? And we barely scratched the surface in terms of Buddhism. You travel to Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, and you think, my God, all these people would love to come to the Buddhist circuit once in their lifetime. And the fact is they don't, because we don't make it easy for them. So using the geography to develop ourselves, I think is a big, big part of it. But we need to have a comprehensive plan to make it all happen. Medical tourism. We talked of pilgrimage tourism. Medical tourism, I think, is another huge dormant potential. And again, we have to look at the countries around East, Northeast. It's Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar. The healthcare facilities are not that good, whereas in India, they are good. But we need a comprehensive plan because it isn't just, oh, let's have some flights and let's have a couple of hospitals. Do you have the whole ecosystem in terms of nursing and nurses coming out and medical colleges? And so I see geography as the starting linchpin. I really think there's a lot of potential. And I'll give you one small, but we need to really get our act together. Again, personal example. So people from Thailand and Malaysia really want to come see the Himalayas. I mean, there's a lot of interest there. So I said, okay, great. Let me go to Sikkim and see what it's like. So I went to Bagdogra and went to Gangtok by car. I have to say it wasn't a pleasant experience. Just getting out of Bagdogra, my God, it took us 3-4 hours in traffic. Then it's a long ride to Gangtok with not a single rest stop in between. And I'm like, really, if I were to get a group of Thai or Malaysian tourists in here, they'd come once and they'd curse the hell out of me for putting them through this. So unless we fix some of these infrastructure issues, this potential will always remain a potential. But we really need, I think the potential is there if we would only work on it. That's my input, Amitabh.
Indeed, that's very well taken and well said, Rona. So Sunil, bringing you in, and quite similar to Rona, you too, I believe, have an emotional connect with the Eastern region. Some of your best years, I would imagine, be they studying in IIT Kharagpur or IIM Calcutta, or even your senior leadership roles in Tata Group companies, Tata Steel, for example, in Jamshedpur, they were all spent in the East. So can you, maybe supplement this bit about the potential versus reality that Rono touched upon? So what do you believe should happen in the East? And also anything that, AirAsia India is playing its role in terms of improving air connectivity in this region as well. You are muted, Sunil.
Yeah, thanks, Amitabh. I have a very close emotional connect with the East. While I studied in Delhi, but then I did my IIM in Calcutta, worked with Tata Steel in Calcutta, worked with Tata Steel in Jamshedpur, and also have a close connect with CII in the East, all very fond. I think for far too long, we have always, as a country, been talking about looking East and working for the East. And while I think lots has happened, it's not that things have not happened, lots have happened, but I think there's lots more that needs to happen. And if we talk about aviation, and especially the Northeast, the geography of Northeast is such that even from the hygiene requirement, I think aviation can bring in a great value to travel in the Northeast, just because the topography is such that otherwise it takes much longer to travel across distances which are otherwise not so long. So I think aviation has a role. Coming back, I think to take on to Rono's experience traveling from Bagdogra to Sikkim, I think there's a need to create that infrastructure connect closer to the airports in a better manner, because unlike many of the large cities where the the area from which the traffic really originates, in much of the east and the northeast, very small part of it originates immediately around the airport, and much of it is from a larger
Catchment.
larger catchment area around the airport. So I think the infrastructure which connects in needs to be better. Lots has happened, but we need to probably work more on that. The other couple of things which I see is that the costs of flying into the northeast are high. Flying into Calcutta and northeast are high. Rono and through the CII platform and all of us as airlines with the ministry have raised the point that the indirect taxes on aviation are by far the highest and very much higher than most of the similar other modes of transport. And a large part of that is the aviation fuel. And Mr. Diwan mentioned about it. So while we can hope about getting this entire thing to GST, one big part of it is the VAT by the states. So there's the central excise duty, which the states can't do anything about, but the VAT. And if the states in the northeast and in east could reduce their VAT, like some states have done, in the other parts of India, including in Kerala, Telangana, and all, which has really attracted more flights into those states, it would help airlines look at flying into the east and northeast more than they would otherwise. So these are some of the things. As far as AirAsia India is concerned, while we are, a reasonably small player, smallest of the commercial players, our in the east and northeast, in the areas we work in, we are a distant second to Indigo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Sunil. So Mohammed, in this round, we are really covering the theme of the region, which is the East and the Northeast. And I understand that Emirates, the only point in the East that it touches in India is Calcutta. So one, do you expect that to change anytime soon? And secondly, in your operations in this region, what's your experience been? And perhaps not the passenger traffic from the entire region, but perhaps even carriage of cargo. Could you give us a sense of, what is Emirates' presence in the East and the Northeast and what your plans are?
Yes, well, I'm not like Rona and Sunil, where they've been there or they live, it's home for them. For me, I'm the newest one to this region, but of course, the East region is on my list and I have to visit it. Like you mentioned, Kolkata is our gateway in the east of India. And of course, it's like all other points in India. It's one key point for us, both in terms of passenger and cargo. Speaking of cargo, it's the gateway, of course, and we actually kind of a hub in the east, and everything transit via Kolkata. For some fact, in some period when we have restrictions in Bangladesh, actually we truck cargo to East India and we carried that cargo from Kolkata. So it's really a key point for us in the East, and it's our hub there. Likewise, in terms of passengers, it's very important point for us in the East.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Mohammed. So Rohit, turning to you, and you mentioned about your recent success in bagging a couple of the Udan routes. So could you talk to us a little bit about what your plans exactly would be in terms of whether it's the fleet size or the points that you will cover? What's the future like in this region for heritage aviation?
So presently we have got a fleet of 5 helicopters. We were already in the process of acquiring more when this COVID struck, and till now we were mainly focused on pilgrimage tourism. We do a lot of flights in the Char Dham sector in Uttarakhand, of course, Himachal and J&K, but I feel that Northeast is a virgin territory for helicopters, and there's huge potential. Most of the areas, because of its geography, cannot operate, so it is difficult for fixed wings to operate there. So what we intend to do is that right now we are starting routes under the Udan scheme and connecting Tura and Shillong from Guwahati, and connecting one more area in Assam. Gradually, we will expand. We want to expand and go to other states. We want to operate in Arunachal. There's places of so many tourist interest places which are almost inaccessible because of 10-hour, 15-hour drive. What Mr. Datta just now pointed out, that and drive is not at all comfortable. Like you're driving from Bagdogra to Gangtok, it takes 6 to 8 hours sometimes. So which is not very very comfortable. I think here is what helicopters can play a big role. And of course, right now I feel that the small aircraft industry in India is yet to mature. Once we achieve that state, maybe we'll come to a stage where we can have code sharing with the scheduled airlines. So Mr. Datta can drop passengers at Bagdogra, and probably we can airlift them in helicopters and take them to Gangtok. I hope that someday we'll reach that stage. When Indigo started flights to Bareilly, and some of my friends told me that Indigo is getting very good traffic. Immediately it came to my mind that if I place a helicopter in Bareilly, I will have a lot of people who would want to fly to Nainital or Almora from Bareilly. And people coming from Bombay and Bangalore want to visit these beautiful hill stations. But because of inaccessibility of roads, I think this is not happening. I think that is the next level where the helicopters can play a very, very important role, particularly in the eastern region, where I feel that the entire Northeast is a virgin territory, and there's huge potential to go and grow.
Great. Thanks, Rohit. Thanks for that. And we are coming to the last 12 odd minutes of this panel. And we can have another round, I think, in this time. So, Rono, the Northeast, in many respects, is closer in proximity to the high growth markets of ASEAN and the other regional groupings, be it BIMSTEC or the East Asian market. So, do you think there would ever come a time where using a hub and spoke model and the ability for international travel to develop from regional hubs, would there ever come a time where Indigo or carriers in India could perhaps be based and be international players connecting India with the Far East through the Northeast and Eastern gateways?
Absolutely. So pre-COVID, our international game plan is what we call a four-corner strategy. And as you know, we are a single aisle operator. We don't go into wide bodies. So we're limited to about 7 hours flying range. But our international strategy is really Delhi, 7 hours out, Chennai, 7 hours out, Kolkata, 7 hours out, and Mumbai, of course, 7 hours out. But that takes us all the way from Moscow to Tel Aviv, to Nairobi, to Manila, to Beijing. So it's a pretty wide circle we plan to cover. And pre-COVID, we had already launched Kolkata to Hanoi, Kolkata to Saigon, Kolkata to Rangoon, Kolkata to Guangzhou. We have a lot more plans in terms of growing as an international hub out of Kolkata. And yeah, the Act East policy really makes a lot of sense for us. We want to go to lots of these places, from Manila to Jakarta, Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Chengdu. We see a lot of scope, and we plan to implement that. So yeah, we're not waiting for anything, we're going to do it. But once I bring the tourists in, I don't want them to curse Indigo and say, we went to this beach in Orissa and we went to this mountain in Sikkim and we couldn't stop anywhere for food and we couldn't stop anywhere at a rest stop. That's the part I hate. I can bring the people in, but for God's sake, build the infrastructure to make these people just a minimum, sort of modest amount of comfort. I mean, we're not asking for luxury. But right now, I'll tell you that modest comfort is not there. And that's what I'm most annoyed about.
I think that's a great point. And I'm delighted that we have Chairman CI Eastern Region and the Regional Director both listening in. So it's a whole agenda in terms of the engagement with the state, industry bodies and the tourism departments and, civic the infrastructure needs to develop. So I think that's really, it could go hand in hand with aviation growth as well, and give a sustained agenda point in terms of engagement with the governments as well. So thanks, Rono. And Rono, before I conclude with you, but is there any one point that one message that you have for governments in the East and the Northeast? Is it on similar lines? Build your infrastructure, get your act together?
So from everything I've read, everything I know of how Japan developed, of how China developed, how these countries develop, it is pick a couple of industries and then build the entire ecosystem. And I gave the example of medical tourism. Yeah, you can make it happen, but you want to make it happen, you have to make sure you have the right medical colleges, you have the right nursing homes. You want to do pilgrimage tourism, great. Let's do it. Let's put together tour operators. But once the people come here, make sure the infrastructure is there. So one key message is pick an industry, use geography to your advantage, and build an ecosystem around it.
Okay, I think that's very clear. Thanks, Rono. So Sunil, I'm sure you've been asked this one before, but between steel and airlines, what did you find more exciting? You're muted, I think. Yeah.
Sorry, Amitabh, no doubt about it. When I moved from steel to airlines, I had to be the brunt of many jokes like what's common between steel and airlines. And at that stage, not today, because today steel is making a hell of a lot of money. One of the things was both are natural value destroyers, but that's not true. I think airlines is a very exciting sector. And while most people think that I moved because of the glamour in airlines, what people don't see is the kind of dedication and execution which goes behind to ensure that the traveler actually flies. So I think airline has some great benefits compared to the earlier sector, and I enjoyed myself in steel totally. It's highly consumer facing. I don't think you can have more tight touch kind of an industry, because you have so many, right from the booking to the travel to taking the baggage, there are many moments of what they call as truth, which happens. And every day, if you are carrying 25, 30,000 passengers, multiplied by that by the number of opportunities, that's the kind of constant connect which is there. So it's very high on touch. It's extremely high on technology. In fact, the aircraft by itself is very high technology, and that's engineering technology. But in digital, the kind of work which goes behind in airlines is sometimes I wonder whether the artificial intelligence which powers all the revenue management in airlines and airlines revenue management are in another level compared to any other industry. Yeah. So I think in terms of both technology, it's again very high tech. So I think airlines is it's a very, somebody had told me this earlier, I'm now realizing it's a very addictive business to be in. So maybe it'll be far more difficult to move from airlines to steel.
Indeed. Thanks, Sunil. I see that you have thought this one through, and I think it's evident. Mohammed, if I can, and we are, I think, down to our last 6 minutes. So, Mohammed, if you had one ask of the government of India and one ask any of our other stakeholders like airports or freight forwarders or the other segments of the industry, what would your one key message or one ask be?
I would say a continued coordination between the government authorities, airports, and airlines to restart of the travel and tourism, reopening of borders, and of course keeping in mind all the health and safety. That's the key thing. I think we need it now.
Great. Are you optimistic about India and your stint in India?
Very much, yes. Actually, yeah, our flights are, touch wood, are all fully booked, of course, with the restriction of the bubble to bubble and with the seat restriction. Many things are happening in the UAE, like Expo, like the World Cup, T20 Cricket World Cup, and the IPL. So the flights are chock block, and people are asking us how we can get seat, how we can go there. And even we've got a government delegation who are planning to visit Expo, but unfortunately we don't have seats for them. So we told them, please speak within yourself and open up so we can take you to Dubai.
Oh, wonderful. That's great. So thanks a lot, Mohammed, and wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much.
Rohit, to conclude with you, what is your one big ask of the government, be it a central government or be it any of the state governments in the East and the Northeast? Any big one ask or one key messages that you want to conclude with?
I have just one small request, and I've raised it at other forums in the past, that there's a 2.5% import duty on helicopters. In the last 10 years, not even 20 helicopters have been imported. So government is hardly earning any money from this import duty. I request that this import duty should be removed. The argument from the government side is that if you're buying a 25 crores helicopter, why can't you pay 60, 70 lakhs duty? Well, partially this argument may be correct, but now what is happening is there's a lot of opportunity for getting helicopters on lease. If I'm getting a helicopter on lease for say 25 lakhs a month, paying 60 lakhs or 70 lakhs of import duty is really very restrictive. So my request is if the government can remove this import duty, I think it will be a huge incentive for the helicopter industry.
Great. Thanks, Rohit, for concluding with a fiscal point. So that really brings us to the end of the session. There is no way I can summarize this. You've all listened in directly from our, senior leadership from the industry, which was here on the panel. Just two takeaways for me. I think one is cautious optimism in terms of the revival and the future, post-COVID. So hopefully things are moving in the right direction. And the second is about, once again, optimism for if we are able to get our act together, there is a whole host of additional work on economic development and opportunities that we can bring to the East and the Northeast. And I'm sure aviation has a great role to play in that. So with that, we bring this session to close. We can either let our panel members leave, or you can listen in to the rest of the panels as well. So we will, leave that choice to you. But thank you very much, Rono. Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, Mohammed. And thank you, Rohit, for joining us for the session.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you, Amitabh. I think what we will do is we'll roll into the next session. I think the other speakers are already there. So I think we can just take it forward. We'll just get our the next set of speakers on the stage.
Wonderful. I see them switching on their cameras. So I see Siddharth, I see Matthew, I see Utsav, and I see Pradeep. So our panel is complete.
Yep.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thanks.
Welcome, everybody. I'm not sure how many of you listened in to how much of the previous one, but that ended up with, being an airline panel or commercial airline and helicopter kind of a panel. But a few key points made there. But, allow me to welcome all of you to this second segment for this day, which is focused on aviation. This is a session where we are talking about really the airport infrastructure and mixing it, putting it together with our focus on the region, which is the Northeast and the East in India. And hoping that, we can have some takeaways with regard to what is the role that airport infrastructure development can play in, resurgence for the East and the Northeast in India. So allow me to welcome each one of you. It's once again, I will not be able to do justice in terms of calculating how much of combined experience you have on this panel in terms of years or decades in aviation. But just as a starting point, I thought I'll say this, that the airport infrastructure scene in India has really undergone a transformation in the last decade and a half, where now with the emergence of gateway airports, be they the 4 metros plus also Bangalore and Hyderabad, also the development of the raising of standards, as somebody reminded me yesterday in a pre-discussion. The raising of standards of the public sector operator, which is the Airports Authority of India. So the standards rising in Calcutta Airport and Chennai Airport and many of the other airports. So we've seen the entire aviation airport infrastructure space undergoing a transformation. What we also have seen is there seems to be a plan which is developing for further monetization, which is the program of the government, National Monetization Pipeline Plan, which focuses on new airports for privatization. And really the private sector participation, just give me a moment. The private sector participation in the airport infrastructure space is the one which really has transformed this space. So going forward, more private participation, more PPPs, I think it's all headed in the right direction. So we have around 45 minutes and an excellent panel of speakers. So we'll straight get into it. And I'll start off with Mr. Pradeep Panikkar, who is the CEO of GMR's Hyderabad International Airport. So Pradeep has had a long career in aviation, shuttling between Delhi and Hyderabad, and also I think being responsible for many of GMR's successful bids or asset creation in international airports as well. So Pradeep, a warm welcome. You've seen airport infrastructure space from very close quarters over the past 2 decades. So can you perhaps talk to us about the scaling up of airport infrastructure and creation in India, and also the creation and emergence of gateway airports and the emergence of strong players like the GMR itself in global airport infrastructure space? Can you give us a sense of how far have we come?
Amitabh, for the opportunity today. In fact, you did brief in your opening remark on what has been happening in the sector. So if you note, prior to the 2000s, or say in 2004 or 5, literally the airports in India were not keeping in pace with the kind of economic development which was coming along. So it's only after 2006 when Delhi and Mumbai were taken over by the private sector, and possibly by 8 when Bangalore and Hyderabad also came on the scene, that we actually saw what is the possibility of an airport as a gateway. And this indeed also pushed, in fact, Cochin also is one example of how it happened, maybe late to around late 1990s or 2000 they came along. So these were the 5 airports which actually set the entire benchmark and created a kind of level which was perhaps required for the entire country. And you did mention Airport Authority also got onto the bandwagon, and they also up their ante and they raised the standard of their airports to a great extent. Now, one element to be noted here is that when Delhi Airport, when GMR did take over in 2006, was possibly, positioned, in fact, 2004 when we took over, it was actually positioned in it was perhaps rated 131 out of 132 airports. At the kind of service level we were at. And the infrastructure was crumbling because it was already overburdened because of the large people coming in, a lot of people, because liberalization had brought in a lot of significant amount of traffic. So from that level, when we started our journey, we committed that within the 2010 or 2011, we'll be within the top 10 airports in the world. From being 131 to reach top 10 in the world was a very ambitious target. But that's how we were set about doing it. And we were able to do that. And gradually after that, you see, every year, Indian airports have been in the top rungs of the AS2 category for each of them. So that is where we have taken the airports to. Having done this in the Indian scenario, what has happened thereafter is we have also moved into the international scenarios. In fact, and GMR itself was involved in various developments elsewhere, and we started, offering our services in different locations, be it in Cebu, be it in, Male also we had an airport, then Crete we are developing it. Same thing with GVQ also, they also did something in Bali. So we were going out. So it's not as if we were, when we ran the Cebu bid, we actually basically cornered out Changi. So that is the kind of thing, the expectations of the world also has risen that Indian airports now are perhaps the best in the world. So that's the kind of criteria we have created. So the PPP sector entry has actually pulled the entire sector up, entire segment up. So airport and again, Indian airports are not one of the most expensive. They are reasonably priced in terms of the infrastructure creation. Therefore, if you see, the quality comes at a very, very reasonable price. That's the other thing I would like to put. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Pradeep. Thanks for providing us that journey through the transformation of the airport space in India. That gives me an opportunity to move to our next panelist, which is Mr. Utsav Parekh. Utsav is the founding promoter and director of Bengal Aerotropolis Limited. They operate a greenfield airport. So, Utsav, you are our representative from the East on this panel. Can you talk a little bit about your experience in building and operating a greenfield airport in Durgapur, and how is the project performing, and what's the experience been of your international partners in this project?
Thanks, Amitabh. First and foremost, a warm welcome also to my co-panelists, Mr. Panikkar, Mr. Kapoor, and Mr. Butters, who are all here for the session. As one of the founder directors of Bengal Aerotropolis, or BAPL as we call it, we conceptualized the first greenfield airport project in India. And this airport project was not only the airport. We had what we now call the Qazi Nazrul Islam Airport. We also had supporting infrastructures. The supporting infrastructures were residential, infrastructure, logistic parks, industrial, institutional. Everything that is required for a township and an airport to be commercially viable. So we started that as a project. When we started the project, got possibly the best partners to start the project with. We had Changi Airports of Singapore as our equity partner, and we had the government of West Bengal also as our equity partner. Both of them have contributed immensely to the project, both in terms of money and in terms of support and help in the infrastructure. And I especially would like to thank the government of West Bengal for their active support. But this is just the beginning of the journey. We start from here, and I can say that it was a rough and tough journey for us. Our first flight was a single flight by Air India in 2015, which was connecting Durgapur to Delhi. From there, we have moved considerably, and just prior to the lockdown, we've had 7 daily flights from Durgapur Airport, going to all the metros, that is Ahmedabad, all the Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Madras, and one more additional flight to Delhi, and 4 new flights on the anvil, which were just like to start or will be starting very soon. That's Ahmedabad, Bagdogra, Guwahati, and Pune. So from where we started to where we are moved, it's a big journey. But, I wanted to share with you a couple of things at the initial stage itself. That is, when we talk of the airport sector and the aviation sector for further development, government has a very ambitious project. The government plans to invest about $1.8 billion over the next 5 years in various airports across. But to say that the government themselves will be able to do the entire project or will be able to fulfill the dreams, it's not going to happen. It's the private initiative. And I would say ours is truly a PPP model where we have the Singapore government as our partner, we have the government of West Bengal as our partner, we as the private entrepreneur are setting this up. So a combination of this type would definitely support the initiative of developing the infrastructure of airports. Initially, the infrastructure of airports is going to be a money guzzler as far as the company or the project proponent is concerned. And this is where we need the support of the state. This is where I feel we need the support of the center to come forward and look and see that the viability of the project for the first 3 years or 5 years, when it's at its nascent stage, when the development of the routes is just being done, comes forward. That is where we need the hand-holding from the government. That is where we need not only the hand-holding, but maybe a financial support. Maybe in the financial support, maybe waiver of charges, be it ATC, be it ANS, be it allowing the new airports, the UDF fees, so that in the 3 to 5 years, that is the time it'll take to develop the routes, the support, the financial strength is given to the company. Lastly, the projects which the government have planned are ambitious, but if you look at it, necessary. And I feel more and more private players should come into this sector, but this sector cannot be done alone by the private sector, and it cannot be done alone by the public sector. So this combination of a PPP is absolutely vital to see to it that the so-called plans or planning which the government has got and which is necessary happens. I personally feel this is necessary. And at the initial stage, Amitabh, I rest over here and I give it back to you for the other panelists to start, and maybe we can take it forward thereafter. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Utsav. Thanks for your comments. So I move on to our next panelist, Mr. Siddharth Kapoor. Siddharth is currently a board member of the upcoming Noida International Airport. He's had a long, successful stint in airport majors like GMR and the Adani Group, and somebody who's extremely knowledgeable on the aviation infrastructure policy space. For us personally, I think in IATA, he's been a very formidable opponent in all our discussions with the airport economic regulator, where the airlines and IATA had a different view in terms of tariff and how much do passengers and airlines need to be charged for the services. So he's always ended up on the winning side for whichever group that he was representing. So, but it's great to have Siddharth on the panel as well. So Siddharth, if I can request you to give us your views on the current government initiatives, whether it's the national monetization pipeline plan, the plan for, privatization of 25 additional airports, and even some of the changes recently, for example, in the Act of ERA, which is the Airport Economic Regulator, they now allow for bundling of bids between profitable airports and loss-making airports. So how does all of that play out? So just, if you can help us understand airport developers' perspective on, the policy landscape for airport infrastructure in India.
Thanks, Amitabh, and thank you, CI, and greetings to all my fellow panel members. To start with, I would like to, of course, say that India has one of the most successful airport privatization framework as well as track record. I have looked at airport bids across the world. I have bid in Philippines, in Greece, in Europe, Eastern Europe, in Japan, in Brazil, and the kind of success in the privatization efforts of the government that have resulted in development of the infrastructure, development of which has supported the kind of airline traffic growth in the country. I think India clearly stands out amongst anywhere else, any other country in the world. Everybody has been a beneficiary. I think Pradeep, of course, mentioned about the benefits of the privatization which have come in Delhi. Effectively, if you see, the government has immensely benefited. When Delhi Airport was privatized, their entire revenue was about 700 crores. And in 2017, Delhi Airport paid a revenue share of 2,000 crores to the government of India. Delhi and Mumbai together have paid almost 35,000 crores till date in revenue share, which is, I mean, mind-boggling in terms of numbers. The passengers have benefited because the private operators have worked very hard on developing the infrastructure, benchmarking themselves against world-class airports. And of course, they are ranked amongst the best airports in the world. The airline industry has benefited. Of course, I'm sure IATA will also agree that the airport infrastructure has given them unconstrained ability to grow, which was constrained before privatization. If you see the kind of infrastructure which was there prior to 2006, when Delhi Airport was taken over, the kind of infrastructure which did not facilitate growth of the aviation sector. But the privatization has clearly brought out the fact that it is probably, what comes before chicken or the egg. I'm sure the airport infrastructure space comes before actually the traffic growth happens. Traffic growth, you cannot wait for traffic growth to happen and then decide I want to privatize. I'm sure that it is the growth in the infrastructure, the ability, which is going to catalyze the kind of passenger traffic growth and the aviation growth which we have seen in the country, which has done that. Initially, of course, the airport industry faced a number of challenges from the regulatory side. It was, I think, clearly the issue that privatization had preceded regulation in India. And one will, of course, have to give kudos to the private sector who came in and bid for these airports blindly, I would say, in some sense or manner. And those airports, I think, face challenges on the regulatory side, whether it was Hyderabad, whether it is Mumbai, Bangalore, or the 4 metro airports. They faced a period of significant challenge between 2012 and 2016, where regulatory framework was not very clear. It was undergoing change. We were looking at various issues being discussed and debated. It is only in 2016 when the policy framework of the government, they came out with a very clearly articulated aviation policy, which mandated hybrid till for all airports. And that clearly set the benchmark and put to rest a lot of, I think, the major regulatory issues. There are still many issues which are pending, and today you see regulatory orders which are 500 pages. It makes them difficult to read from end to end, from one page to other. But and you see various kinds of consultation comments and remarks from different stakeholders. But I think the airport infrastructure and developers have benefited. The kind of, I would say, equity returns, the kind of framework which has now been put in place, I think is very fair and reasonable, and puts to rest many of the uncertainties which we have seen in the past. In fact, many of these uncertainties had hampered the privatization efforts of the government, because number of airports which were bid, let's say between 2014 and 2017, like Goa, like Nagpur, like Vizag, they evinced very poor interest from number of bidders. There were hardly 2 or 3 bidders which were bidding for these kind of assets, which are, I think, prime assets. It is only once the regulatory framework became much more clear and the aviation story of India emerged in a more shining form, that one saw a significant interest coming back in the privatization bids, which were there for the last 6 airports. And one looked at the kind of aggressive bidding which has happened in the last 6 airports, which were brownfield airports. And one can very well say that the next rounds, despite the COVID pandemic, and the government is looking at the next round of airports, and despite the pandemic, I'm sure that despite these being post-pandemic, I would say to some extent, although the effects of pandemic may last for the next 1 to 2 years more, but I'm sure these airports, despite being also smaller in size, they will receive good response because of the kind of potential Indian aviation sector has. I mean, if you take an example, when Delhi airport was bid out, it was a traffic of 16 million, and post-COVID, pre-COVID was about 70 million. Hyderabad was bid out when a traffic started, the bidding process started when a traffic was 500,000, and pre-COVID it was over 20 million. So, I think the kind of potential one has seen, the kind of returns, you see, the airport sector in India has never been a kind of utility scale returns from a business standpoint. They have never given you a regular dividend yield kind of asset structure. They have always been assets which have given you equity value. And we have seen that equity value coming to different developers, whether it was L&T, which exited in Bangalore, Zurich, which exited in Bangalore, or even GMR, when they raised equity from ADP right in the thick of in the COVID pandemic. I think they have looked at very, very significant returns, multiple X returns on their original investment. So the government framework has been very, very supportive. And I think the government also has been raising their bar, raising their standards in terms of performance and airport infrastructure. Just to also lastly just talk about the northeast and the eastern sector a bit. There has been a very, very specific focus of the government in terms of aviation infrastructure in the northeast. Although east, I would say, has been relatively a little more modest, but northeast, the kind of region it is, the small size of the region, it has almost 15 airports. And just in 2019 pre-COVID, 13 airports actually had good traffic. The kind of growth we have seen in many of these eastern airports is tremendous. It has, the country has grown between 2012 and 2019 at a total traffic CAGR of little less than 9%. But the eastern sector and the northeastern sector together, I think, has grown at almost 11%. Out of these, some of them are really standing out. For example, Patna has grown at 17% CAGR during this period. Gaya has grown at 17%. Ranchi has grown as 19%. Bagdogra has grown at 17%. Airports like Aizawl, which had zero traffic pre-COVID in 2019, had a traffic of 2.2 million. So the I think the government approach of putting in place aviation infrastructure, I think which has started from 2015 onwards, and the RCS scheme, the entire approach to putting an airport in place in a small city, giving incentives to airlines to fly to that city, and ensuring that there is a affordability of flying through the ticket price, I think has given a major fillip to the growth of aviation sector in the eastern region. And more specifically, of course, the entire India, but more specifically, I think on the eastern region and more specifically on the northeastern region.
Thanks, Siddharth. And I think very insightful even on the, the statistics that you shared in terms of the growth specifically for airports in the east and the northeast. I would move to our next panelist, Mr. Matthew Butters. Matthew is the Deputy Chair of the British Aviation Group. Great to have you on the panel. Welcome, Matthew. And if I can maybe just start by asking you to talk a little bit about the group, the British Aviation Group that you represent, and give us a bit of an introduction to that, and also what should attendees or delegates or our business and industry colleagues who've logged into the session, what in case of interests in airport infrastructure creation, what role can they expect the BAG group to play? So over to you, Matthew.
Thank you very much, Amitabh. And thank you also to the CII for inviting me to participate in the session. And hello to my fellow panelists. So the British Aviation Group represents the airport supply chain in the UK. We are 200 members, which cover a breadth of services, which we divide up into 5 categories. There's advisory at the front end of the process, dealing with financial and feasibility issues. Design, which is about the preparation and the overview of designing airport assets. Construction, equipment supply, components and technology that goes inside the aviation buildings, and then operations, so that's handover and operational efficiency. So we cover the full spectrum of airport development and operations within our member organizations. We out of our 200 members, we've worked in almost every major or significant airport across the world, and our members carry out and are very interested in working in all locations internationally. We work closely and we have a close tie-up with the UK airports themselves, who we call our strategic advisors, and we every year develop a framework with those strategic advisors to ensure that we as a trade body are focusing our efforts to respond to the needs of the airport clients themselves. And likewise, we work with the UK government, particularly in the form of the Department of International Trade, to promote the skills and expertise of our member organisations in foreign locations, so India being a case in point, as well as providing access for potential clients or people who are interested in working with UK companies. We do this traditionally in pre-COVID terms through missions, both inward and outward, and I myself led a mission to India in collaboration with DIT in 2017, where we visited Delhi, Bangalore, and Mumbai, as well as Noida in the very early days of that development. And then subsequently, we have re-examined the way in which we work, given the effects of the pandemic, and have quite a broad range of online offerings, allowing the immense benefit of the online working format being that we can provide access for people much more readily than was perhaps assumed to be the case before. So we organise scoping workshops where we find out more about what's going into different countries and allow potential clients to explain what their development plans. But we then organise thematic workshops as well, where our member companies make a presentation sequence around particular topics of interest to airports that we have established through dialogue, be it could be digital, environmental, non-aviation revenue, and so on. And finally, of course, we facilitate face-to-face contact between member companies and operators. And if I may, Amitabh, I'd just like to add one final comment based on the conversations that have preceded me. I think that it's certainly true that the concession and privatization landscape in India is seen externally as an exemplar of what can be achieved, particularly in the gateway airports, which have been developed over the last decade or so. So the external perception is very positive. It allows those organizations, be they public sector or private sector, to focus and deliver on what they are good at doing, be it either a regulatory or fiscal regime or development planning and operations. So, the reason for privatization within India, I think, is very well understood from an external perspective. And I very much look forward to seeing what the future plans for the country hold in store, particularly in the east and the northeast of the country.
Great. Thanks, Matthew. So we have, I think, 14 more minutes till the end of this panel. It might give us an opportunity for one more round of questioning. So I come back to Pradeep. And Pradeep, if I can, really talk about airports as, so any major project, even in its risk filings, when it goes for an IPO or raises cash, it lists down its risk factors, and one of those would be extreme business events. So COVID has been one such. So did you ever plan, a situation like COVID and the disruption and the devastation in traffic? And how has GMR kind of survived through that? And really, then looking to the future, what's your view on that? How does airport as a business change or come out of COVID stronger?
Amitabh, I think no one in the world actually did ever imagine the possibility of such an event. I mean, 2 years back, if someone would have said, this is going to happen, all of us would have laughed it away. But there were days when there was no aircraft landing on our runway. I had heard of stories in Delhi that, during the afternoon, they had, before in 1980s and 1990s, when there was no flight in the afternoon and they would play cricket on the runway. That was something which happened then. After that, in Hyderabad, we used to have about almost 550 movements a day. And from that to literally go down to nil was a major thing. And it automatically means the revenue tap totally stops, but the expenditure keeps happening. So it's something which we did not plan for, but we knew this was not something the world has to start moving. So we geared ourselves up. So we brought in technology. We just saw how do we, whatever is not essential, we cut almost all our costs to the bone. Nothing was left, no flesh. That kind of a thing. So that survival became very, very critical. And retaining talent, because there's no point sending people home, because they know that revenue is going to, business is going to come back. So retaining them also was a very critical thing. So we did undertake a lot of measures which gave a lot of confidence to the passengers and the travel. For example, one thing which we did is that there's an ACI program for accreditation, health accreditation. We were one of the first airports in the world to register for that, and all our practices were in line with that. So that gave a lot of confidence to the passengers for getting them back. In addition to this, what we have also driven in the airport here is that, the airport staff per se, in an airport like Hyderabad, is hardly about 5% of the total strength, not even 5%, less than that. And we are about 1,000 odd people run an airport, which is total about 20,000 people are there working at the airport. So we ran a program where each and every person working at the airport, not only our staff, is vaccinated. That's a kind of thing. And we, on a weekly basis, we monitor who is not got vaccinated. So that is the kind of drive we drove. And today I'm happy to say that, all the eligible people are vaccinated at least one dose, including the family members. Almost 95% of the family members of all the people working at the airport are also vaccinated. And we are tracking when the second dose coming in. People who have got COVID or people who have got some other problems, that have been left. So that is one thing which we have done. Now, we are also looking at how do we generate other revenues. How do we get more? For example, our MRO part of the business, we have an MRO. That, for example, did well during COVID. We were able to offer a lot of services to various airlines who wanted to do the service. We undertook the recarpeting of the runway. Now, recarpeting of the main runway would have actually resulted in the loss of our aircraft movements. Our peak aircraft movement was around 35, 36, and when the secondary, the runway or the taxiway, we would only be able to do 22 or 26 movements based on type of aircraft. So we undertook all those things. We were ready for the future. And technology, we have been able to, for example, we developed algorithms on our CCTV module to not only track where crowding can happen, people not wearing masks can be identified. We work with the police to identify some special police officers, our staff, who can go and regulate and even fine people if not wearing a mask. So that way we were reinforcing good behavior and also giving confidence to people that traveling through the airport is going to be safe. All our people are now wearing a badge and vaccinated. So because they are vaccinated, so that gives a lot of confidence. That's how we have actually been doing it. In spite of COVID, we were able to open 6 to 7 new shops in the airport. So that is the thing. And how do you then manage to get your partner? They are also partners. There are minimum guarantees. We waived all minimum guarantees, went to a revenue share structure so that they also don't bleed. So we were working around each and every corner so that we can actually look at supporting each other during this phase, and that's how we are doing it. And technology is playing a key role. How do you entire technology? Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Pradeep. And if you had one ask of whether a state government or the central government, what would that one key message or key ask be to your mind?
Primarily, what I would request, especially in the northeastern sector you're looking at, the infrastructure to the airport has to be well developed. So, reaching the airport, and there are a lot of these. What the plan is, perhaps there are a lot of strips and structures which are there. The initial cost of that. How do you reduce the overall cost of operating an airport? In spite of growth, whatever Siddharth spoke about, the numbers are not that great to sustain a viable airport unless the costs are kept under control. And even ATC, for example, now there are new technologies. London City Airport doesn't have an ATC tower. It's possible that the ATC function of various airports in Northeast can be consolidated virtually, even at a place like Delhi or Hyderabad or any other place you want. And it can be done. Now they are talking of privatization of the ATC function. So that is a major cost which can be brought down. So, and only when the flight is there, the ATC tower can be activated or something of that sort. It's possible. Many various technologies options are options.
All right. Thanks, Pradeep. That brings me to Utsav, and being our representative of the Eastern region on this panel. So just wanted to check with you, as a concluding thought, what's the business environment like for an airport developer? Has it gotten better? Have you seen it changing for the better? And, again, if you want to maybe conclude with one thought, one key ask.
Thanks, Amitabh. First and foremost, let me take you through the basic issue. The East has always been a difficult place to do business. The East has been, I would say, commercially a little backward in terms of spending, in terms of development, in terms of commercial viability. And therefore, all the more reason that the support of the various initiatives in the infra, not necessarily only the airport that I'm talking of, but any additional support for an infra project is very, very essential. To give you a little more depth of where and how we have progressed, yes, it was a very difficult journey, and it continues to be a difficult journey. Just when we were on the anvil of a super move forward, the COVID struck us. And from 7 flights a day in and 7 flights a day out, 14 flights, 14 movements and 4 on the anvil. We have dropped down to 5 at this point of time because of the COVID. And this has taken the better part of 18 to 20 months, which has been a big drain on the company, big drain on the finances of the company. But nevertheless, we have faced the challenge and we are going ahead with it. And as of now, we are registering an 80% passenger growth, and it is going very well. But challenges, yes, we have been facing a lot of challenges. See, the biggest plus point for GMR, that is Hyderabad, or for Mr. Kapoor in Noida, is that they will never have lack of passengers, because that area is, I mean, the passengers are there for the asking. Whereas for us in the east, and particularly where we set up the project, Durgapur, we had to woo in the passengers who were used to traveling overnight by the Rajdhani train, to convert them into saying that, why do you need to go in a train? Please convert yourself into a airline flyer. And after all the effort, we were able to convince. And today, as I said earlier, we are at 80% in terms of average passenger load. But it's been a tough journey. And we have been able to muster sufficient demand that today we would have gone to almost 11 flights, that is 22 movements a day, which would have been a great, great achievement as far as the airport is concerned. But anyway, we are facing the challenge, and I'm sure we'll be able to do. The government of West Bengal has put their best leg forward in support of this. And we are on the anvil of taking this airport and probably hoping that we'll hit and convert this into an international airport. We have the necessary support from the state. But if you ask me, what's my one take or one ask, it is that the government at the center, whether it's the Airports Authority or anybody who's associated with the airport here, should look at tier 2 airports and new greenfield airports with tender love and care. Until unless they deal with us with TLC, it's not going to help. We need the UDF support. We need the AAI support for ATS. We need an AAI support for ATC. We need an AI support for ANS and other infra facilities. So all this definitely is an ask. If you ask me what is it that I would want, this is not necessarily for me. This is for any greenfield, any support airport that's coming up in tier 2. And I'm sure my fellow panelists, Mr. Kapoor, Mr. Butters, of course, has not got the experience here, but Pradeep would agree with me that at the initial stage, this is very, very vital. I hope this message goes to the powers that be and they come forward, because at the end of the day, what are we doing? We are creating the support. We are creating the infrastructure, not for anybody's individual benefit, but for the benefit of the masses. It is bringing them the country closer and closer. In 2 hours, they are at any gateway in India. So I think that is what is necessary for the nation. That is what is, I would call, nation building. And therefore, the powers that be should hear this, what I'm saying, and come forward. Instead of, I'm not saying instead of, come forward would be my right word, to say that, okay, guys, we are there. What you want, here we are.
Okay, thanks a lot, Utsav.
I mean, Amitabh, it's a big ask over here, but I hope one understands that it's a joint effort. It's a PPP effort, and everyone needs to put in their 2 bits.
Sure. Thanks, Utsav. So we are 1 minute short of the concluding time allotted to us. Shaukat, is it okay?
I'm sorry I took this time.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Shaukat, is it okay if I take 5 more minutes?
Sure, absolutely. I think so.
Okay, yeah. Great. So Siddharth, your concluding thoughts, but also, you referred to this, the chicken or the egg, or, how airport infrastructure creation needs to perhaps precede the expectation of development of traffic. So, and then there is the other bet, which has been referred to, which is that the East and the Northeast has in some manners lagged behind. Is there a way that you believe airport infrastructure creation can help in a leapfrog for this region to kind of catch up as well? Or what role can that play? And what's your thought on that?
So Amitabh, I think we all will agree that aviation sector and airport sector, I think, is a major growth multiplier. It has a very significant impact on GDP growth, employment generation, tax collections, and it is one of those sectors which is probably highest in terms of the multiplier effect. And the Northeast sector, though it has been lagging behind, if I may say that it just contributes, I mean, the Eastern sector contributes just 17% of the GDP. But I would say that the government has, as I mentioned earlier, it has actually tried to play a very important role of aviation sector in the Northeast by ensuring that aviation infrastructure is available. I, of course, agree with the remarks of other people also, that apart from the airport infrastructure, you also need to create an ecosystem of whether right roads are there, right connectivity is there, tourism infrastructure is there. So those also play a very important role. But we can't wait for all that to happen. I mean, you will probably need to push forward on so many things at one go, and things, I think, will fall in place as we progress. My view is that Airport Authority has a very important role to play. While we are looking at significant amount of privatization, the National Monetization Pipeline is talking about privatizing 25 airports between 22 and 25, which include airports like Imphal, Agartala, and Bhubaneswar, 3 airports in the eastern region. Guwahati is already, part of the 6 airports being privatized, and it has yet to be taken over, but it's getting close there. As also, Utsav mentioned that, creating airport infrastructure in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities is not always the cup of tea of a private, entrepreneur. These are small airports. They are not viable. For an airport to be viable, you need at least 2 to 3 million of traffic. Now, if you have to put up an airport infrastructure in a small city where traffic is maybe 200,000 or 500,000 or even 1 million, it is difficult for private business to come in and make a business case of it on a sustained basis. Leave aside, Indian entrepreneurs, which are always short of cash, but even foreign investors who may have a low cost of capital and deep pockets, they themselves find it difficult to justify, the business case of very small airports in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So for Airport Authority, I think they have to play a very significant role in deepening and widening the airport infrastructure in these cities. They should privatize, the larger cities. They already have the 4 metros being privatized, which are contributing significantly. Leave aside, the impact of COVID, but I think once things get normalized, they contribute a huge amount to the bottom line of Airport Authority. The 6 airports which have been privatized, I think the bids have been very rich and aggressive, and they will also contribute very, very significantly, where now, of course, it has been a shift from revenue share to a per passenger payment to the government. So they will contribute very, very significantly to the bottom line of Airport Authority. Now they are all in the next round, they're talking about bundling of loss-making airports and profit-making airports, which I think is not a very good idea. My personal view is that we have seen this happen. In fact, I was looking at this happening in Philippines, and it was not a success there. Bundling of loss-making and profit-making is not a great idea. And these are, smaller airports. These are smaller. Out of the 6 airports, 3 are profit-making and 3 are actually loss-making. So effectively, what you are seeing is that if you add another bundle of loss-making airports, you are imposing a kind of, a paperweight impact on the business plan of a small airport, which may not make sense to a long-term entrepreneur. So it is, I think, important for Airport Authority to collect revenue from profit-making airports which are privatized and use this revenue for development of the infrastructure in smaller cities. And I think there is another important angle to it also, because the employees of Airport Authority, there is always an option whether to go to the private entrepreneur or not, to the private airport or not. Many of them don't go. So now you are probably going to see Airport Authority in terms of a ballooned manpower structure. What do you do with this structure? And they will need to reinvent themselves and develop a framework which is critical, let's say, as a developmental agency. It is something like NHAI, which is actually developing road projects and then giving them out on TOT or through INVITs. And this is, I think, which is very important for Airport Authority of India to do. I think the COVID impact has been significant, and I do hope that the privatization and development of the next round of airports is a success. But I think if I may say that what is important at this point of time is that the government should seriously look at removing the caps on the number of flights, and also the floor and the cap on the tariffs on the airline ticket prices, which have, I think, which are restricting growth of traffic. It is making flying more and more expensive, and which is also going against the grain of competition. During the worst of the COVID, maybe to some extent it was justified to protect the weaker airlines. But I think at this point of time, I think it is important that this is completely let go and let the free forces of market play out, and ensure that the growth of traffic comes by ensuring air travel becoming more affordable and more deeper.
Great, thanks a lot, Siddharth. So Matthew, you'll have the final word, and hopefully the next 3 minutes, if you could cover that in.
I was going to ask how long I had, Amitabh. Thank you very much. So 2 points. First, to my private sector colleagues, don't forget to keep an eye on business direction outside of India. There's no doubt that post-COVID, many airports are looking at a particularly hostile business and revenue environment. And we, in fact, are dealing with signature airports now, which are contemplating terminal development with no traditional aeronautical revenue stream, so no landing charges. So how can you develop and operate in that regime? You have to look at maximizing the efficiency and the benefits of that very valuable real estate that you have inside the terminal building, and make some tough decisions about what sits inside it, what sits outside of it, say perhaps baggage or other mechanical infrastructure. Second, you have to maximize the very unique relationship that you and the airlines have with your customers through the mobile portal, and look at using that to extend the passenger experience and also generate other means of commerce through e-commerce, and perhaps think of the non-aeronautical commercial revenue benefit coming not just inside the airport footprint, but also outside of the airport fence. Second, to the public sector, the third P in PPP is partnership. And a couple of my fellow panelists have touched on the importance of governments continuing to support the airport development process. And this also goes to a point that was made in the previous panel by the representative from Indigo, that there is little point in having a premium airport experience if it all falls apart when you leave the airport perimeter. And it's very much incumbent on government to continue to support airports, both in the regulatory framework, but also in the surrounding infrastructure, and finding ways, be it through privatization of metro systems or through continuing to develop highways or other forms of surface access to promote the continued success of the airport, because you need the capacity benefit to flow all the way through into the city. So those are my 2 main points. I do wish the Northeast region the best of success with its development, and I would like to thank the CII for inviting me to participate in this panel. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Matthew. I think those were important points and a great, focus back on airport economics and the commercial viability for airports that you kind of drawn attention to. So that brings us to the end of this panel. I would like to thank our panelists. Great that you could join us and contribute with your insights, Pradeep, Utsav, Siddharth, and Matthew. Thanks a lot. So I will hand this back over to now the CII Regional Director, Mr. Shaukat Roy Chaudhary. Thanks. Over to you, Shaukat.
Thanks, Amitabh. Thank you, everybody, for such a brilliant session. Thank you, and for taking us through with these discussions. The next session is on cargo handling infrastructure, and we already have our panels on. Amitabh, we hope that you'll be able to spare time and be there in the background listening through. But I'll take this opportunity to welcome our next set of speakers. First and foremost, Mr. Jaideep Raha, a member of the Managing Committee for Air Cargo Agents Association of India and the President for Northeast Supply Chain and Logistics Agglomerate. Mr. Raha, welcome. Good to see you. I think your camera is off, so look forward to seeing you on screen. We also have Mr. Sumit Barat, Chief Technology Officer from the AI Cargo Logistics Air Class Airport Authority. Welcome, Mr. Barat. Thank you so much for joining. Mr. Rajesh Singh, Assistant Vice President, Operations Cargo of Spice Express. Look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Singh, about this very, very new venture from Spice that we have now in air and the airports. Mr. Surendra Bhatia, Vice President, Air Freight, ASEAN and ISC, the toll group. Welcome, Mr. Bhatia. And Mr. Lokesh Bhatia, Advisor for the Aeronautical Revenue, Bengal Aerotropolis. Welcome, Mr. Bhatia. Good to see you after a long time. We remember we had a very interesting meeting. And I'd hand it over to Mr. Jaideep Raha to take forward. Thank you so much. I'll step back. The stage is all yours. Thank you. You're on mute, Mr. Raha.
Thank you very much. And indeed, it's a pleasure to have you all. And it's a privilege and honor to moderate a session with some of the finest and the the best professionals from this trade of aviation and terminal managements. Primarily, we need what it's basically related to. I will only concentrate on the eastern and the northeastern part because the government of India has got a look northeast policy now, and keeping that in mind, the government is very focused on developing air network and airport networks within this region. And this region have been long neglected far too long. And but now the time has come that we need to put it up on an overdrive because there is a huge potential. And with this potential, things are moving in a very positive manner. Things look very, very promising, in fact, for our future and future of this entire region. And we are very lucky to have the airport operators and the airline operators here in this particular session. And it is also very likely to be a very interesting session. Because we are going to discuss in a very brief about the National Air Cargo Policy. Now, this National Air Cargo Policy was unveiled in 2019, that most of you know, and this it outlines and very vividly the stakeholders' participations, their role in building up a total ecosystem of an air cargo connectivity and air cargo logistics. Entire India, it's just not a region, eastern region, but the entire India. Keeping that the national air cargo policy in mind, which is one of the major breakthrough with the government after so many years of India being independent, and you know that it has come in a bit late though, but it has come in a very stable and a very strong way. The points that has been deliberated and they have been laid down on the national air cargo policy is very much a win-win situation for all the stakeholders, and it gives a platform for all the players of the logistic field to play a very major and an important role. And each one has got a very major role to play, and each one of them are very key players in it for the total development of this air cargo networking. So we are heading in the right way, and it is a very positive way of moving ahead. So keeping in mind this, I will not take much of your time. But I would first like to call upon Mr. Sumit Bharat to put up his view. And of course, I will have Sumit Bharat is from I-Class, and he is a very senior person from this trade. As far as the airport terminal operations is concerned, a very old horse, and they are handling almost 37 airports in India. So one of the major player in India, in fact, to be here. And I'm very grateful that Mr. Bharat has consented to join this forum to discuss. So I have a few questions, Mr. Bharat. While you will be deliberating, just keep my questions in mind so that the viewers out here can, find their questions, which as a, from a layman's side or from people who would be using the user side, what is the logistic air cargo network logistics that is going to be put up, and what is there in place, what is there going to be in future, what are your plans, and like there are the mission statement and the vision statement, which I'm sure Mr. Bharat, you know it very well, on the national air cargo policy. The first thing, the mission statement, I'll just like to, reiterate one particular mission statement, that it is going to give a leverage to all the users, even to the remote areas, to connect by the air connectivity in India. And the remote villages will be connected in the remote areas of the India through air network, which is presently is not there in real terms. So with that, I would request Mr. Bharat to take over. Mr. Bharat, please.
Thank you, Mr. Raha. Thank you, and it is a pleasure to be here. But again, a little embarrassing that I start because we have Rajesh Singh, from SpiceJet, who is really doing the real big job, and I'm basically trying to fill in on behalf of Mr. Keku Gazdar because he had to go for a meeting with the minister. And I just looking into some of the data that what we did in Eastern India during the last year or till now. In Eastern India, we transported close to 200,000 metric tons per annum. So you can imagine the level of activity that happens in that part of the country. And we dedicatedly manage 8 air cargo terminals in Eastern India: Kolkata, Patna, Port Blair, Ranchi, Bhubaneswar, Bagdogra, Raipur, and Guwahati. Out of this 8, 3 are international terminals, which are Kolkata, Bhubaneswar, Guwahati. And I was having a discussion with my colleagues 2 days back on what is coming up in Durgapur and what a great job they are doing. In fact, Mr. Lokesh's name came up multiple times of how they are trying to create a world-class cargo facility. During the last 1 month, because this new cargo, the National Air Cargo Policy talks about a lot, and the first chapter is on the transshipment. To give you a perspective, during the last month, which is September, we did more than 1,000 tons of cargo between Bangladesh and Kolkata. So there was bonded trucking from Dhaka airport onto Kolkata, and from Kolkata they were being carried primarily by SpiceJet and other international freighter carriers. So the vision document is great, but our strategy, our challenge is to execute the document and make it easy for the last mile user, so that when they talk about cargo, the first thing they should come in their mind is, let's use Kolkata airport, let's do it from the eastern part of the country. And while handling this 1,000 tons of cargo in the month of September was not easy, I think Rajesh can speak more on that. We faced a lot of bottlenecks, we faced a lot of regulatory hurdles, we faced a lot of challenges in terms of the destination compliance. We worked together and we were able to augment resources, bring in optimization and facilitate the trade. And when you talk about Eastern India, we are also started working at the other airports where cargo is kind of picking up. For example, your Darbhanga, Dibrugarh, Dimapur, Lilabari, where a lot of cargo is being facilitated through the passenger terminal. Again, here we work with the authorities, we work with the BCAS, we work with the airline community to make sure that the trade is facilitated, because during pandemic we found out that it is a cargo which eventually became the lifesaver for the industry. The amount of cargo freighters that got that kind of started serving helped the industry a lot. And then our target, we have also been working with the other agencies to create a very seamless online system, so that, see, we all know that cargo doesn't talk. So the agencies, the customs, the airline, the freight forwarding community, the logistics supplier providers, the entire value chain is electronically connected. And we eventually move on to something which is a completely paperless and a smooth environment. So the national cargo policy is kind of a guidebook for us, but it's not yet published yet. But our challenge, our target objective is to make sure that we execute it rightly. That is the most important thing. And we engage with the industry a lot. Our CEO, Mr. Gazdar, is one of the industry leaders, and he engages with the freight forwarding community, he engages with the government agencies, he engages with the airline community to make sure that we are able to create a smooth, uneventful movement of cargo. I think that to an extent brings, kind of communicates what I would intend to say.
Regarding your future, expansion, if you could just highlight a few points on this region, that what your future plans are in brief, please.
Okay, we at a regular basis, we monitor, calibrate our capital expenditures. For example, there is a new courier terminal that is ready, and we obtained the customs custodianship 2 days back. So there's a new courier terminal that is coming up in Kolkata, which is ready, which is built, which is approved. And maybe while we speak, maybe a day or two from now, the courier terminal in Kolkata starting. We continuously evaluate the capital expenditure, the specialized cargo handling capacities that we need to build. We are working again with the regulatory agencies to make sure that moment we see a green shoot that the cargo figures going up, we try to move cargo out of the passenger terminals, and then we plan our capital expenditures and the cargo terminals come. To give you something offhand, we have acquired a 3-acre land in Bagdogra where a new cargo terminal is coming up. At Patna, the new cargo terminal is ready. At Itanagar, Holongi in Arunachal Pradesh, a new cargo terminal is getting built. We also work, we are also launching products like, and Rajesh is part of these groups. where we are trying to facilitate the farmers, that is the producers and consumers of the farm produce, so that so we're trying to create some kind of an incentive structures where the producers get to use air transportation, like for example, around 2,000 tons of cargo vegetables moved from Guwahati to Delhi to London. You can imagine selling cargo in Guwahati on a 200 square kilometer catchment area, the kind of yield that you would get, and transporting that to London and selling there. I think that's essentially what we're trying to do, trying to take a leadership position and bring multiple stakeholders. We're trying to work with other government departments like Ministry of Animal, Ministry of Fisheries, Ministry of Food Processing, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and trying to create the right infrastructure so that the whole cargo movement is smooth. And we also know that cargo is a major driver of the economy. Cargo figures are leading indicators of the GDP. So if we are able to monitor cargo figures well and augment those figures, they will have a multiplier effect on the Indian economy also. And we were doing a report that got published a couple of days back. They say that every 100 rupee that you spend in the aviation business creates 325 rupees of additional business. Every 100 jobs that created in aviation creates additional 610 jobs. So, and this will all happen. Now this 1,000 tons of cargo that moved from Dhaka out of Kolkata itself, and it is good that Dhaka airport is getting choked and they have regulatory issues. So these are opportunities for us. Now the point is, how smoothly can we do? If you see, the National Air Cargo Policy talks about 2 hours between a cargo coming from the sea, going into the air, or cargo coming to the air, getting onto a rail, rail to air, air to rail, sea to air, air to sea. So those are the challenges where we have to all come in together. We all face challenges. We have to appreciate each other's difficulties and then create an environment or create an ecosystem which will enhance air cargo movement. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yes, you did. And it's really very, well narrative. It's very, very clear to all that your future plannings and your future, prospect looks very, very promising. It definitely will add a lot of values to the air cargo industry. And we wish you all the best.
And last but one, see, I have to be very careful. Mr. Raha is a customer. Mr. Rajesh Singh is a customer. Lokesh, I would say, is a competitor. So I am in a very high danger zone. So I have to be very careful what I say.
No, as far as Lokesh is concerned, I don't think, he will be your competitor, because I think
collaborators.
Other way around, I think Lokesh can also, both of you can work out a very win-win situation where both of you can complement each other. I mean, there are, scope of looking at it, because the moment we talk about competitions, then the questions of I would say the, joint effort on a total development of the region is not met with. So, it is much better that if we can work out some sort of working arrangement with all the airport operators together, form one common SOP. So as a user, as you rightly said, that as a user, that we are a user. Rajesh is also one of the user. I mean, he's operating his aircrafts and he's basically using these airports. Be it will be Lokesh's airport, a BAPL, Andal airport, or your airport in Calcutta, or Guwahati, Bangdogra, or Patna, wherever. So he is also a user of the facility, that we are basically the facility provider. So it's very good that all the facility providers come out with a joint SOP, so that we don't have a different sort of an SOP for different, sets of airport. So that needs to be seen, and that needs to be considered in a future planning, that once you operators, you terminal operators, work upon. Now, that's with that. I thank you very much, and we'll definitely come back to you. I will definitely come back to you once again. But now I would like Rajesh to say a few, thing about his company's SpiceJet's company. They are going red guns. They are operating aircrafts almost everywhere, and I see every second day a new route they are they're putting up into the in their network, and they are going red guns. So with that, Rajesh, I would also request that if you could highlight about your present operation systems with all the Eastern India's airports, and what are your future plannings, and how do you see that this, keeping in mind the national air cargo policy, that what are your views on the national air cargo policy on this? So even though I would like to add up, this is just a policy that has been unveiled in 2009 and an air cargo show in Mumbai, but it has still not become a law by itself, because it has not yet passed as in a parliament as a law. So once it becomes a law, then it will have a lot of bindings on everybody. So at this stage, it is more of a draft paper, a policy draft paper, where we need to work upon it and tweak it to everybody's benefit. With that, over to you, Rajesh.
Thank you, Mr. Raha, and also thanks Sumit-ji for good words for SpiceJet. We basically, as Mr. Raha said, we have to all work together, and collaborative approach, to create a complete ecosystem, for the cargo industry, which is very much required. As far as SpiceJet is concerned, we have been for Northeast has been a very focused region for us, and 2018 we started the first freighter from Guwahati to Hong Kong. So that is the time with Mr. Keku Gazdar and AI class, we were about to get the freighter, and we had a lot of meetings with Kekuji, and we said we will give a try for this operations. So we started at Delhi, Guwahati, Hong Kong freighter. And within the very quick speed, Mr. Keku has set up the customs infrastructure over there at the Guwahati airport. But we took the challenge and we started that. So this is how the journey started in the Northeast, and since then we have focused our small freighters, also Bombardier Q400 freighters, which we are operating into Imphal, Aizawl. Then we have Darbhanga. So these are the airports where we have brought in our small freighters, which is a 5-tonner, and Aizawl airport. Ultimately, they were very happy when we first landed over there, and it was a surprise for them that a freighter is coming to Aizawl. During this pandemic, also we operated a lot of flights, and also we have been operating from Calcutta a lot of international flights, which are going to China, Dhaka, Myanmar, so, and also to some South Asian more countries over there. So there is a big scope at Northeast. What I can see, there is a huge demand of cargo, and we should try to make Northeast Calcutta and maybe Durgapur also, as a transshipment hub, or especially to a gateway to US and Europe. Because the South Asian countries they are all the tigers of the cargo industry, and we have to see that the cargo is coming from all these places: Dhaka, China, Rangoon, Singapore, Vietnam. All this cargo comes to Calcutta, and then from Calcutta it goes to Europe and USA. Now, what we look forward is we have to create an infrastructure. That is the very, very key factor, what we require. Because without infrastructure, we can't have a hub, as a cargo hub, or transshipment hub, we can say. So for that, we have to gear up and make our infrastructure very strong, and see that also the good ecosystem is created in the Northeast. We try to develop more and more industries and manufacturing so that more exports are there, the people get job over there, and overall the export is boosted from the Northeast region. There is a scope, there is a good demand, there is no doubt about it. And I would only say that the infrastructure we have to focus, that is very key, important, which is required. And we have been doing a lot of flights into Calcutta also. A lot of shrimps comes to Calcutta on the freighters, So we have operating a small freighter, Boeing freighters, wide body, all these things we have been operating, So only thing now we have to focus on the ecosystem we've developed, because Northeast is a big region, how we can develop the multimodal transportation. As Sumit also said, from Dhaka, we have done a multimodal from Petropol to Calcutta and then to Spain, Zaragoza. So this is what we have done. And also in the national aviation policy, also there is a regional connectivity and all, So regional connectivity, already we have developed this freighters Bombardier, for the regional, so that it can immediately fly a 5-tonner, quickly land, and immediately it can be loaded and take off. So this already we have done, but we have to focus on the entire infrastructure, and always there is a good scope, for other airport like Durgapur also, they are coming up, and so it's always good to have 2 airports, and so that the distribution is of the cargo is there, and the speed is there, because in this our cargo industry, speed is required. Also the FTZ, we have to develop FTZ, which is also very key factor for the cargo, international development. And we have to be very aggressive now, because the South Asian tigers of these countries, their exports and other things, cargo, are going tremendously. So we have to see that Northeast becomes the hub, and from here then we can directly transport the cargo to US and Europe and Middle East. So that is what Mr. Ra, my this thing say is there, that there is a good scope, but we have to develop the infrastructure.
Thank you, Rajesh ji. Rajesh, it has been a very nice, deliberation that you gave, very informative, and we get a lot of inroads into your plannings and what you are doing. That is very encouraging, and we wish SpiceJet more and more success, and let's see more of SpiceJet aircraft on the skies. And with that, I would now request
Mr. Raha, speakers, I would like to come in. I would like to mention that Shri Piyush Srivastav, a senior economic advisor with Ministry of Civil Aviation, has joined this session, and we wanted him to be here for the cargo session as well, but he was in another meeting. He takes care of both cargo and the MRO segments. So we are very happy to have you, sir. And while this session continues, I'm glad that you've already joined in. So over to Mr. Raha, and welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Sukanya, and welcome, sir. It's really an honor to have you amongst us, because it is something where we could, deliberate a lot of issues where we need your guidance, we need your support, and overall situation where you are in, you would understand the basic logistics scenario, that what is the need of the hour and how one must proceed, you should have to guide. So I would, before going that with what is your ministry outlook on this development of networking in respect to the national air cargo policy? Because let me point out that this policy was unveiled 3 years back in 2019, and this policy has still not yet been promulgated as a law. I mean, which means it's not been passed in the parliament yet, so it doesn't give it a law, so it doesn't really have a binding of any of the stakeholders on this policy. This is just a guideline. It becomes a guideline that add a future guideline that one should work on these lines, because sooner or later, obviously, it will be implemented by the government. I'm sure any policy that has been laid down, there are a lot of homework needs to be done and a lot of work needs to be done. So that if you could highlight of the certain points of the policies, because I have gone through that national air cargo policy myself in depth, and from Akai, we were some of the points that was raised and which was been implemented in the policy from the Air Cargo Agents Association. So with that, we would like to hear something from you on those lines, on the lines of the policies and its implementations, and with what stage it is, and your views on the air cargo connectivity in the eastern region. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raha. Esteemed panelists, moderators, my friends from CII, aviation industry, delegates and friends. I'm actually delighted to be here today. It's the final session of the final day of the maiden edition of the East India Summit. And this also happens to be the beginning of the Navratri. So let me greet you all with a very happy Navratri. And as Mr. Raha said, the session is on cargo, which is already underway, and I suppose a lot of deliberation has happened from the pointed questions that Mr. Raha put before me. I would not even hazard to answer them. I'd just say that, having a policy at least gives you a blueprint of where to proceed. And having it embodied in a law is, I don't know, this is a debatable issue, but may or may not always be the best thing to do, because it then takes away the flexibility from the executive to do the course correction when it is required. So as long as we have the blueprint and we are working on that, that I suppose should be a good thing. And the second session that we are discussing today is about the MROs. And as you've said, I'll try and say something about the implementation issues on both. This is probably what you wanted me to do. May I start by saying that the aviation sector in India was actually cruising at a very comfortable pace before the COVID. It had tailwinds, favorable tailwinds because of the buoyant economy. And of course, the growing middle class and the aspirational middle class actually helped the aviation sector. So it was not surprising that it became the third largest domestic aviation market in the world. Now, when you have a good size, then a natural thing that follows is the FDI. So the FDI inflow in the country's air transport sector, including air freight, reached around $3 billion US between April 2000 and March 2021. And of course, the government also chipped in by allowing 100% FDI into the automatic route in scheduled air transport service, regional air transport service, and domestic scheduled passenger airlines. Now, India's aviation industry is still not reached its potential. I suppose that will keep on growing for a lot of time. And from what I hear from the industry, that in the next 5 years, if there is no other attack from indeterminate variants like COVID, will be the golden era of the Indian aviation. So the estimate that we have now is that in the next 4 years or 5 years, there will be an investment of further 35,000 crore, which is around $5 billion US. But I won't be surprised if we actually exceed that. Now, as such, the aviation industry shall continue to be the enabler and the anchor for other peer industries like FMCG, apparel, medicine, white goods, agrarian products that need to be moved. And obviously, as I said, it has a huge potential. But then, COVID actually has in many ways derailed, I suppose is not the right word for the aviation sector, but actually slowed down our pace because of the headwinds and strong headwinds. In fact, the passenger sector landed on its belly. It was only the cargo sector which kept its nose up, and the aviation sector in many ways can owe its survival because of the cargo sector. Just to put it in perspective, the cargo sector in 2010 and 11, the domestic air cargo's magnitude was just 8.86 lakh metric tons. It rose to 2018-19, it rose to 36.13 lakh metric tons, which is a huge growth by any standards. And in 2019-20, it came slightly down to 33.64 lakh tons. But that is probably explicable because of the grounding of jet airways and also the lockdown towards the end of the year. What is important is that in 2020-21, we still could log 25.03 lakh metric tons. And probably the figures don't do justice to what exactly was the contribution of the cargo sector, because at that time we were ferrying life-saving things like medicines, drugs, vaccines, PPE kits, and all the supporting things that are required to fight COVID. Now, during this period, the number of freighters, Indian freighters, also rose from 7 to 28, and the share of Indian carriers in international freighter movements rose from 2 to 19% in the last 2 years. Obviously, this requires some action to increase connectivity. The government of India emphasized on the two obvious choices, expanding the airports and expanding the route connectivity, and also developing the airports through PPP route. As you're all aware that in March 21, when the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav was launched by Government of India, the Ministry of Civil Aviation proposed 392 routes under UDAN 4.1. The government is committed to developing the eastern and the northeastern region connectivity. We are fully cognizant of the commercial potential and strategic value of the region. The 8 sisters, including Sikkim of the Northeast, share a whopping 5,812 kilometers of international border with 5 countries, China, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar. And their only connection to the rest of India is through the Chicken's Neck, the Siliguri corridor. Therefore, air connectivity is of phenomenal importance for this area. It was with this in view, probably, that in May 2021, the Rupsi Airport, which happens to be the 15th airport in Assam, and 15th airport in Northeast and 7th airport in Assam, to begin commercial operations. In September 2020, the Government of India sanctioned 108 crores for development of the airport at Jagdalpur, Ambikapur, and Bilaspur regions in Chhattisgarh. Then, Airport Authority of India also announced construction of new airport on a greenfield site at Halongi in Arunachal Pradesh. Besides upgradation of Guwahati International Airport, targeted to be completed by June 2022, and Maharaja Bir Bikram Airport in Agartala. Coupled with this, there were plans to develop water aerodromes also, 2 in Assam, and of course, 4 in Andaman Nicobar Islands. So I believe that with all these interventions, the domestic air cargo is set to get another boost in the northeastern region, as most of the airports will be having dedicated freighter service at the cargo terminals of the Airport Authority of India. And the I-Class, which is the wholly owned subsidiary of Airport Authority of India, is committed to creating infrastructure for domestic air cargo facilities, cold storage facilities, etc., which will be a huge help, especially in transporting perishable things from the northeast, which otherwise do not even find a market. I think with that, I will move on to the next leg of today's session, which is the MRO industry. The MRO industries needs to be developed because of, if I were to use the catchphrase of today, आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए भी MRO industry को develop करने की बहुत जबरदस्त जरूरत है. You know, the size of the MRO industry, I am told, is about 15,000 crore rupees, which translates to around $2 billion. It is expected to grow to $4 billion by 2030. But when you look at the global scenario, which has a market of $80 billion, we are still babies in the area. And the situation gets further distorted and disconcerting when we look at the fact that out of the 15,000 crore rupees MRO industry in India, only 15% is catered to by the domestic MROs and 85% goes abroad. Now, this comes at a cost of foreign exchange, lost jobs, and also increases our dependence on foreign MROs. Government is cognizant of the need to develop the MRO industry. That is why in April 2020, the GST rate on MROs was reduced from 18% to 5%. The customs duty was waived for tools, toolkits, and spares used by the MROs. The transactions that are subcontracted by foreign OEMs and MROs to domestic MROs are treated as exports and attract zero-rated GST. The restriction of use of duty-free parts has been relaxed from 1 year to 3 years. And the stay of foreign aircraft for MRO has been permitted till completion or 6 months. Now, these are all things that have happened on the tax front. On the other end, the MRO policy has also been revised, and you would be aware that notified on the 1st of September this year, according to which royalty has been abolished. The selection of agency and the determination of space rental has been made transparent because it is going to be through an open bidding process. The security of tenure has been assured by a 30-year lease period. And even after that, when it is rebid, the present lessor will have this advantage of first refusal, right of first refusal, provided it matches the bid by 15%. All these things, I'm confident that they will incentivize the MROs to set up base at near locations, especially in the eastern and the northeastern India, and also incentivize investment in other MRO hubs. As you know, the Calcutta airport is set to become a hub of aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul for Code C aircraft like Airbus 320 and Boeing 737, which are the most common types flown by Indian carriers in domestic routes. I may mention here that while Bangladesh has a few MROs, Myanmar has just one, and Bhutan has one international airport and 2 domestic airports. Therefore, the potential for catering to the neighboring markets is huge, and East India and Northeast India are best located to realize this. Now, MRO can be a hub, and MRO hub can be an important job provider. I believe that the region's economical, land and labor, as well as availability of skilled resources in the country, along with the government's proactive encouragement, will certainly make this area an important consideration for investors. I think I'll stop here and finally thank CII for giving me this opportunity to meet you all, even if it is on a virtual mode. But it is a beginning, and as I said, Navratri mein shuru kiya hua kaam sampann hota hai. So I do believe that as I spend more time in this ministry, our relationship will only intensify, and together we will join shoulders for the benefit of the industry. And since the theme today is for the Northeast and Eastern India, that included. Thank you very much for your time. Happy Navratri. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. We have it's a delight to always hear you. We have worked with you in the past, and we have been very excited since you're taking on this new responsibility within the Ministry of Civil Aviation. And we did put you on the spot by asking you to speak during the cargo session itself. But thank you for the points that you made. I'm sure both for this session and the next session, the speakers have already logged in. So it'll be as much a pleasure for everybody as it has been for me, and we look forward to working with you. It will be wonderful if you can stay on for the session, because the previous one has not yet concluded. Cargo is still on. We still have a couple of speakers to go, and then the MRO session will also be starting out once Mr. Malkani takes over. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I'll seek your indulgence on another issue. I have to rush back. I have another meeting with the Honorable Minister as summoned me. So maybe next time I'll be able to spend time with you. This time you'll have to excuse me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Not an issue. Mr. Raha, over to you if you wish to take on the rest of the session. So you're on mute, please.
Yeah, we were in the, it was really a pleasant surprise to have Mr. Piyush Srivastava amongst us, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation. And he pointed out very relevant points and very important points for us to, ponder upon the subject, and the outlook of the government is really encouraging. And the ministry's civil aviation ministry's outlook on the whole issues of air cargo connectivity is really encouraging. So once again, we would like to thank, and from my personal capacity, I would like to thank Mr. Piyush Srivastava for joining us and finding time despite his very busy schedule. So with that, I would like to now come to Mr. Lokesh Bhatia, who is the CEO and the main person for the Andal airport, and the man who is spearheading the entire operation for cargo. And with that, I would ask Lokesh to, brief all of us here, the panelists as well as the other viewers, is about the Andal Airport and what is BAPL's role, and what you are planning, what's your plannings are, what is the stage, how you wish to go about it in terms of the cargo. So with that, I will pass on the baton to Lokesh to speak now. Lokesh, please.
Thank you, Jaideep. And I must thank both Rajesh and Sumit for their very encouraging words about the airport. So I'll not take very long. I will just talk about what exactly the airport has been, and how do we plan to grow, and what is the thought process that we have in our business plan. So we started in 2015. The airport is spread over 600 acres. And then there is residential and institutional area along with the airport. The project has been conceptualized as an aerotropolis where airport is the heart. Now, when we started, there was no focus on cargo in 2015. Our focus was single-handedly passenger. The response initially was very lukewarm, but in 2018-19, the things started turning around. And we've had very good successes. We currently, even after the COVID onslaught, we currently have about 7 flights a day, and they're all A320s or 737s. And we target that by end of next year. That is, by December of 22, we should be looking at about 20 flights a day. Now, in terms of cargo, that would mean about 100 tons a day. That is in and out capacity that we would be able to provide for. Now, in cargo, one of the most important things that we are looking forward is that we've got a raw canvas. So we would be a greenfield project in cargo, and we have 18 acres of land dedicated for cargo within the airport in our master plan, and we've got another 50 acres next to the perimeter. And I believe with this kind of a greenfield project and the availability of land, it is possible to set up an infrastructure which, though not would be very big like a Calcutta, because we would never think about competing with Calcutta, but it would be sufficient to give a very holistic international feel to the customers like airlines or the shippers or even the agents. So for us, the new aviation policy would be the benchmark that somehow the airport should have those systems in place, that infrastructure in place, and that collaborative approach of stakeholders like truckers, road network, shippers, the airlines, and even our own service providers, so that we can meet the benchmarks which are being set by the aviation cargo policy. Which means that we're talking of a dwell time of maybe 6, 7, 8 hours a day, and which also means that we are looking forward to handle a substantial portion of the transshipment business which comes in. So in that aspect, it is also relevant to let you know that we are now on a process of going international. We've started our internal studies, and we have deputed an external agency to study the feasibility. And we would be going in for runway expansion as well as a facility for having international cargo. Now, what is our policy? How are we going to develop this market? What are we looking at? So like in passenger, as I again said, we are not going to compete against our big brother Calcutta. It's too big, it's too important. The business is almost, it's a nerve center of the entire East India. So it's not that we are competing against Calcutta. It is, we are collaborating with Calcutta, where we feel that there would be parts of cargo which would be more suited to come to Durgapur, and there would be parts of cargo which would be more suited to go to Calcutta. And obviously the value that would be derived in Calcutta would be higher. And the value that would be derived in Durgapur would be more in an economy range. Now, in terms of what is the kind of cargo that we're looking at, currently what we are looking at is a focus on an agriculture cargo. We are in an area which is called the bowl of, or the rice bowl of India. And there are a lot of vegetables and a lot of business in fisheries and fruits and all that, which we are focusing. And we want to develop a system where we can bring in efficiencies. So we are not talking of snatching business, we're talking of bringing in efficiencies, using those efficiencies to create value for the producers and to the agriculture guys. So this value creation is going to be the main focus that as a cargo service provider, we'd be giving in along with our stakeholders like shippers and airlines, etc. We are a small airport, but we have aggressive plans, and we think that within next 3 or 4 years, we'll be able to utilize at least 70 to 80% of our capacity, which we peg at around 36,000 to 40,000 tons after 5 years. So Jadip, that's what the update on airport is.
Thank you very much, Lokesh. It's been a very good, deliberation you gave, and a very in-depth, information you gave. This is very helpful information, and I'm sure the people who are listening or who have joined this sessions will now come to know what Arundel Airport is all about and where lies the future. But I would also like to add, taking a cue from what you have said, that I would perceive Arundel Airport, from my experience of being in this industry for the last 36 years, that it would act and complements the Calcutta Airport, and it would act as a regional hub for connecting the entire Northeast and Eastern India, and with connecting the rest of India from here. And of course, it will complement Calcutta Airport, and Calcutta Airport will also complement, because you see, Calcutta Airport is also busting at the seam, and you are growing. So both of you can shake hands together and work together for a win-win for the users. Now we are what this terminal operators is basically you are a service provider for the users. Users are the cargo integrators, the cargo consolidators, and the airlines, of course, the airlines operators and other agencies which are related with the statutory agencies which are related, like FSI and plant quarantine, animal quarantine, wildlife, and so on and so forth. So with that, there could be a very good connectivity between these two airports, and it can offset certain of each other's load volumes, and that could be a very win-win situation for the entire region. And if you look at it, if I look at, for 5-7 years down the line or 10 years down the line, I would look at it as a major hub for the entire, even Calcutta for that matter. And a long back, I had put in papers to then the Airport Authority Director, Mr. M.A. Khan, sometime back in 1995, that, why not put Calcutta Airport on the module of what Singapore Airlines, Singapore Airport, Changi Airport is. And one of your partners is Changi Airport, if I am not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. So Singapore Airlines, Dubai, Donata, or the operator in Dubai, or even Hactel, that's the Hong Kong airport cargo terminal operator. So they jointly they work more of a module of a transshipment. Now the Calcutta, Indian airports, I have noticed, do not act as a transshipment points in general. Our contribution as a transshipment airports is very negligible compared to the other European countries. Like if you look at it, Brussels, if you look at it, Frankfurt, or if you go back to Chicago, or New York for that matter, or even for that matter, even Colombo, which is a very small. Sri Lanka being such a small country compared to India's size, but they are also catering to this transshipment, because transshipment is something which will work to favoring all the players involved, all the stakeholders involved. And I have my request to both you and Mr. Bharat that just look at it into making this also a transshipment hub, for which will complement the entire region, and also not only the region Eastern India when I mean, but the entire ASEAN region. So that needs to be kept in mind. So once again, thank you very much, Lokesh. Thank you for for participating in the midst of your so much of tight schedule. I know you are a very busy man. So thank you once again for your inputs and for your deliberation. So with that, I would now like to call upon Mr. Surendra Bhatia. He is the Vice President for the Toll Group. Now the Toll Group, I have possibly heard of them long back, because they were my vendors when I was basically a customer to the industry a long back. So Toll Group does not require much of an introduction to me, at least, but yes, the others perhaps would definitely need to know about the Toll Group. It's basically an Australian giant, listed with the Australian stock exchange. So the rest you will hear it from the horse's mouth. With that, Mr. Bhatia, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Raha. Can you hear me right?
Yes, of course I can.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Yeah, you're right, but it used to be Australian giant. Although we are quite, aggressive in Australian market still with a lot of market share, but in 2015 it was taken over by Japan Post, which is a Japanese giant. So we are part of the Japan Post company. Right now, Toll Group is about $9 billion company, and we are, I think, one of the very few Asian originating organization which is that large in terms of our presence in the market. And we still want to be Asian centric so far as the freight forwarding industry is concerned. We don't have, as you rightly said, we are quite active in India as well. But, I heard these points from other speakers, like transshipments, for example. So, I think we are, I wish that we can make it a little faster. Uh, you know, right now we are, in fact, I heard, another delegate talking about moving London shipment via Delhi, which is another transshipment within India, instead of moving it via Calcutta, for example. So I think that will be a good thing, and I've been waiting for many years where Calcutta has been like, I don't know why, but it has been a little bit on a moderate way to grow, and I wish that this can take over on a faster pace, because it will not only do well in terms of costing, it will also support the manufacturing or exporters in the region, and also do good in terms of reducing the transit time. So I will just, I'll try to be as quick as possible, because we have shortage of time now. So yes, I think I'm the only one from the forwarding side representing today. So I will just talk a forwarding language. So we are basically, personally, I've seen volcanic acid situation, and that time the way the rates were, I never imagined that it will happen again, and I thought it's just one-off situation, but here we are again. We are into a situation where, the rate is gone multifold, as we all know, and with that we have a lot of opportunities which has come up on the cargo side in last couple of years especially, and it is up to us, it has been up to us, and it will be up to us to see how best we can take advantage of this. On the overall scenario, supply chain across Asia have experienced significant disruption in the past few years, as we all know. It is mainly due to COVID-19 pandemic, steep rises in freight cost, and geopolitical tensions. The international business have been adopting a range of approaches, such as diversification of sourcing locations and boosting inventory to manage the impact of disruption. Even if the COVID impact lessens in coming years, business will still need to maintain a focus on resilience, as geopolitical tensions will still persist. And as we know, which is um, northeast side or east side is one of the prominent ones to feel that in terms of the region. Since businesses have been exploring new sourcing of manufacturing location in Asia, it creates considerable growth opportunity for India. More airports, FTZs, we have been discussing about all these things, digitalization. This will all attract greater air cargo capacity in the international market, which will be key to unlocking and realizing new supply chain opportunities for all of us. All stakeholders like government bodies, logistics players, airlines, and GHAs will need to come together to play a vital role in shaping up the future needs and required output. It is critical that infrastructure investment is directed towards solutions that enhance efficiency and decrease costs to ensure international competitiveness. Digitalization has become an absolute necessity today, as we all know. Apart from improving real-time visibility and efficiency, it focuses a lot on environment and efforts like going paperless and reducing carbon footprints. Whilst North India has been, and I will be more concerned about, worried about environment, especially in the northeast side, because this is one of the most beautiful parts of our country. Whilst North India has been well progressed through Delhi airport, we need to pick up speed for East India or North and East India, especially at Calcutta airport, to improve on efficiency and digitization. To support eastern side exporters, we need to add more long haul capacity, for example, into Australia, USA, and Europe. Apart from self-efficiency, that will improve cost and transit time, as I mentioned in the beginning. So far, we have witnessed lower speed and infrastructure bottlenecks. Today, there is still a lot of load on gateway airports like Delhi, as we discussed it earlier also. So further encouraging and developing other regional airports will not only do good on sharing demand load with more capacity offerings, but will also improve cost and transit times. While this looks like long-term plan, and we all know how things move, so far, it therefore becomes, in fact, critical to have a well-connected and scheduled multimodal offerings via gateway airports. Today, it does exist, but almost, on the basis of tailor-made solutions or requirement basis. We don't have a kind of off-the-shelf product to offer in terms of multimodal transport offerings. So that was a brief about my side and as a freight forwarder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia. It was a very nice of you to be here in the midst of your busy schedule. And we are very thankful to have you amongst us in the CII thing. And I once again would like to thank all the participants and all the speakers here for being in this show and speak their minds out and share their knowledge and the thoughts in such a crisp and a short time. So once again, thank you all and thank you very much. With that, I would now like to pass on the baton to Mr. Malkani for the next MRO session. Mr. Malkani, please.
Thank you, Mr. Raha, for a wonderful session. Thank you for a wonderful session, Mr. Raha. Mr. Bharat Malkani would be taking on the next session, which is on MRO. Mr. Piyush Srivastava, who's the Senior Economic Advisor in aviation, he's already spoken, he's given his views on the cargo development and the MRO development scope for civil aviation. This next session will have Mr. Raminder Singh, General Manager, Eastern Region, Air India, Dr. Akhil Prasad, Member of Board, Boeing Services India, Mr. Luji Selmi, who is the Sansa Technical Services, Ms. Anamika Singh, Chairperson, SPLA, and Mr. P.N. Mishra, Manager Projects, ECMA. And the session, of course, is being moderated by Bharat Malkani. Couldn't have had someone better than him. He's the Chairman and Managing Director of Max Aerospace and Consulting and President of the Association. Mr. Malkani, over to you.
Thank you, Sukanya. I'd like to start by asking whether A, I am audible to you, and that would mean I'm audible to the others as well. Can you confirm that, Sukanya?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Excellent. So, first of all, thank you all. We have the honor of perhaps the longest wait for a session, perhaps the last session of the day, on a subject and a matter that is critical and important to the aviation industry. I have with me an incredible panel with Mr. Mishra from Atma, Mr. Prasad from Boeing. I have Mr. Bhattacharya. I have Luigi Celmi from Lufthansa Technic, and I believe Rumki Das and Anamika Sinha is also with us, although I'm not able to see the video yet. No matter. In order to make this interesting, all I would like to do is start by throwing some facts and figures for all to understand. So we know where we stand in terms of MRO, where we stand in terms of aviation, insofar as this country is concerned. And I would then like to take the chance to make this a more interactive session. I am unaware at this point of time the number of people that have logged in from the northeast or the eastern part of India. But I'm sure that they will have many questions, and having heard all of us speak on and on over the day, we perhaps will best use our knowledge in being able to respond to their questions. So let's understand MRO. MRO, before the incoming of this ministry and the wonderful work that they've done, and you had the opportunity to hear Mr. Piyush, was defined as maintenance and repair overseas, because everything was imported. Although traditionally MRO means maintenance, repair, and overhaul. Full credit to this government, and this is not a political statement. They have really made the difference in making the policy changes. The first major change that we experienced was the GST imbalance, which had favored foreign countries or imports. For the longest time, import GST/customs duty/VAT, whatever you want to do, was always lower than local production. So, net effect, India has had a lopsided MRO, which has given us almost 90% plus in the import category. This also shows the opportunity that is available to Indian industry, as well as the impact of so many years of what we have experienced disillusionment, but it has changed. The second is the lands available at airports, and I'm so happy that the speaker before me was talking about so much more changes at airports. Were extremely restricted, and historically, strangely, lands were given to aircraft owners and operators, never to MROs. So whereas it was like a parking for your little toy. We leave the Air Indias out of it. Air India was always a public sector company. It was Indian Airlines and Air India before that. So hangars went to either Air India, Indian Airlines, or went for your parking. So we were unable to develop MROs. Certain MROs developed in Mumbai and Delhi because of the sheer force by number of the number of aircraft that were there. That too has changed. AI has come with an extremely positive, forward-looking policy that is going to be implemented, announced by our Honorable Minister, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia. And the final movement is on the regulatory side, which is also moving positively. We have excellent support from the DTC. So what does it all mean? Numbers, ballpark, estimated value of Indian MRO market, 21-22, the MRO Association will be represented. It's calculated at $1.5 billion. We want to do crores, it's something like 11,000 to 12,000 crores. Massive numbers. 90% through the export channel. All that is a window for Indian companies. Opportunities abound. Undoubtedly, it's a tough business, not in terms of just the market, but tough in terms of standards, regulations, your ability to continuously deliver at the highest level. There's no chance that you can take a backseat and say, okay, I'm tired today, I won't do the work as well. When you take that decision, planes crash, people die. So at 90%, what do we have in mind? If I was to break it up, I'd break it up into three essential parts. Airframe, and I believe by now, between our members and otherwise, Air India, the largest, Airworks, largest in the private sector, GMR, new entrants like AR, Max Aerospace and all. We have probably covered at least 80 to 90% of airframe. And that is the first credit to this government, which until 2 to 3 years ago, our planes went to the likes of Jordan or Singapore or Dubai. Airframe makes about 20 to 22% of the total MRO. The balance is split between components and engines. And the only organization that has any capability ostensibly is AISL, the spin-off of the engine arm of India, and Max Aerospace for components. But there is no the engine shop. HAL does have it. However, HAL has historically had capabilities for military aircraft and not necessarily. So therein lies opportunity. Of course, with these opportunities come the challenges. And at this point, I would like to ask the big one, the MRO space, Air India. I don't see Mr. Raminder. Is he there?
Yeah, I'm there, sir.
Oh, sorry, Raminder, I could not see you. What I would like to do is, everyone knows what's AISL. I know what it is. Let me pose you a question. As the largest MRO in the country, and you're larger than all of us combined, as us in the private sector by many times over, what is the single largest challenge you see for AISL to become a global dominant player, not just from your wonderful Calcutta location, but your pan-India? How would you like to present that position for our viewers?
Sir, Mr. Malkani, thank you very much. And good evening, all the members and the joinees in this meeting. So there are a few things which you have basically projected. As very rightly, we have a business of 15,000 crores in India. And maybe 12 or 14% is basically being handled by only in India, rest of this is going out. What you said try to project is airframe is 22%. Airframe is basically being handled by, there are a number of players in the market. Besides ASL, as you said, Airworks, GMR, Indamar, your company also. One major factor which you left out is engines. Engines is one of the major expenses in maintenance. When it is due, the cost is very high, maybe in terms of millions of dollars as such. Any CFM 56-5B and overall will cost you something around $5 to $6 million. What You pose what challenges what we have is the biggest issue what we are facing right now is we all basically are working in India. We are only doing is service, basically manpower and infrastructure what we have. The component cost, what is there, cannot come down. We have no support in terms of reduction in cost or manufacturing in India. The OEMs which are there, major OEMs which are there around the globe, they are not permitting for any manufacturing processes which are in India. Till the time, see, you can only debate on reducing the cost in terms of manpower and infrastructure. Like Eastern India, what we are basically debating right now, the biggest benefit is cheap land, infrastructure cost, and manpower cost is quite low. What I have basically seen 5 months of my GM in AASL Calcutta. See, this is an area which is still there, uninhabited. Nobody wants to enter. Maybe Calcutta at a stage was a taboo. But I have found it is one of the best areas to enter in terms of MRO. Now, what Mr. Malkani, you were asking is, the biggest challenge is we should have a free flow of components at a reduced rate. If unless and until you don't have any collaboration with the OEMs for manufacturing components in India, that is one part. Second is engine shops. See, there are shops, but again that comes to like we have a shop in Delhi and Mumbai. But basically, the basics remain the same. Components OEM has to supply, or you're taking PMA parts or whatever it is. What you only save is in manpower. So the basic MRO has to survive in India, wherever it is, whether it is Calcutta, Mumbai, irrespective depending on the costing. Supply of components is one of the major issues. That is what I would say. Over to you, Malkani.
So interesting, sir. There is a very interesting point that you make here, that the cost of the spares is something that is beyond our control. But that is true for every MRO, and we have a very smart MRO, perhaps the world's largest competitors to our JV partners here in the form of Lufthansa Technik. And Lufthansa Technik, I know, cannot anyway compete with India on labor arbitrage. For those who had the opportunity or not, Germany is an extremely expensive country to live and travel and everything else. So, Luigi, I see you're here. You've got a beautiful engine behind you. Mr. Ramanda's talking of engines. I'm not sure, is that a CFM or a G90? But having said that, how do you deal with this challenge? Because it's not like Honeywell or Safran or someone is going to give you spares much cheaper. I'm guessing you're pretty much at the same price. They may be volume discount. How do you deal with this challenge of only labor arbitrage being the differentiator?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I choose this background. That's the closest I could find because a few weeks ago, I had the pleasure to visit the GM Raminder Singh in his facility, APU facility. So I took whatever I had as close as possible to an APU. So I selected that to remind of my nice visit in Calcutta.
Thank you.
Yes, we are struggling with the same challenge. We don't produce the components ourselves. So we have to buy components or sub-assembly, sub-parts. And especially now in the last couple of years, we have seen a lot of consolidation. So the OEMs are becoming even bigger and bigger. Acquisition, for example, now Safran is also Zodiac, or what used to be Zodiac is Safran. And similarly, if we look at UTC Group, it's massive, it's huge. So escalation of the pricing every year, it's a big concern. Leverage, which is as little as anyone can imagine, because again, we are not producing ourselves. What we have tried successfully, we had a couple of good projects with some of the OEMs putting into the collaboration mode. So we try to offer our services exclusively on some type of aircraft or type of technology. For example, for the Airbus 350, no matter wherever you're flying, you could have a contract with Air France, Star Technique, or Turkish. Some of the Honeywell components will be repaired exclusively by Lufthansa Technik. So again, the reason why we have also established locations outside of Europe, for example, we have a big airframe or base maintenance location in Asia, in Philippines, is obviously to compete with the Asian and Middle Eastern MRO, because they have an advantage in terms of labor. But the pain points are similar: access to the technical documentation, escalation of prices of components and sub-assembly. So we have not found the magic solution for that.
Magic solution. Okay. You know, Akhil, I'm going to head out to you in this direction. So if anyone is the 600-pound gorilla in this room, it's you. It's Boeing. You're bigger than all of us combined, and by many, many times. And while this is not a complaint, this is becoming a real concern across. As you know, I've had a fair amount of interaction in recent time with Salil as well on this, as well as Rain. We have a feeling as industry that our OEMs from whom we are buying the plane, in this case you, is not doing enough to tell their tier ones to support local MRO in India. Now, I have the advantage of you being actually Indian, and you understand our pain point. We don't have the ability to go there, flex some muscle or whatever. We are fledgling, we are growing. But the OEMs, as Boeing, don't have the you don't have the advantage of having Airbus also sing the same song with you. But the honest question is, why aren't you doing it now? And it's not a complaint. Please don't take it in any aggressive. We really need you to come out there. Otherwise, at the rate the OEMs are going today, every story that we are telling from our people to our minister, in 2 to 3 years, when new planes come, we'll go to kaput. Can you help me with this?
So Bharat, the other gorilla is Airbus, so there are two. I would not like to make a statement here, Bharat, because I'm not authorized to speak on behalf of Boeing as to why things have not gone as expected. Perhaps, our business colleagues are in a better position to answer that. But one thing which I can definitely say is that perhaps Boeing has contributed to one of the largest MROs working with Air India. And the one which has been set up in Nagpur, I think perhaps was at that point of time and still is one of the state-of-the-art structures spread over 50 acres. I think there is a keen desire for Boeing as an organization to continue to support the MRO activities. In fact, Boeing has gone out and beyond in terms of developing the other sides like the training infrastructure. If you see setting up of training centers in India for pilot trainers, we also set up with Air India, as you know, the institution to train the AMEs, the aircraft maintenance engineers, and we did set up a classroom, a very high quality classroom infrastructure at Air India office in Bombay. So I do not think that MRO is something which will be ignored by us. Having demonstrated and taken the first step of setting something of a big order with Air India, what I can definitely say is that it's not that Boeing is not supportive. I think Boeing looks for the right opportunity and the right kind of partnerships, to take the MRO activity forward. What I can also see, I did not see the new MRO policy in detail. I was trying to find one. But what I do sincerely think is that there has been a huge development. So if you see the Vision 2040s and if you see the National Civil Aviation Policy of 2016, I think the focus has been on an overall push to improve the aerospace infrastructure in this country, because we will become, or we are already the number 3 in terms of the global air traffic. I think from the government side, the push has been in the right direction. That first priority is to modernize the existing airports, to develop the regional connectivities, which, in 2016, with the NCAP 2016, there was a huge push to connect the small districts and small locations, which is also very good. But I think the real push is coming now, for MRO. So although MRO did find a mention in the Vision 2040 and in the NCAP 2016, but I think from a policy standpoint, if I look at it, I think this is the first time that such a strong focus has come on the MRO space. And once the policy becomes more clearer, more companies show interest in developing MROs in India. The other benefit that we already have seen is on the tax rationalization. With GST coming in and the rates being reduced to 5%, I think it will now make more economic sense for companies to set up MROs in India. And with the kind of focus that we are looking at, I think, don't lose heart, I would say. Perhaps it's the OEMs and the two gorillas, will definitely find and support, whatever it needs to be done to set up the MRO infrastructure in India. What I have seen and what I have heard internally, I think our organization is extremely supportive on creating a world-class MRO infrastructure. That is for sure.
Thank you, Akil. So first of all, my apologies that I couldn't get the other gorilla in the room. But
there are two, we should not forget, there are two.
No, I did mention, having said that, I have a real silly advantage. And the silly advantage is both Akhil and Salil are Desi. And I can reach out to them. And it makes a difference. And I think you understand the pain of Indian company, but I admit completely, I have had the good fortune of seeing your Nagpur facility. It is phenomenal. It is real state of the art. And I believe it can do a lot more than what is being done right now. And let me come back to you, but we have with us an organization called Atma. But it's not Atma, it's Mishraji will give us the full form. They are actually a niche avionics MRO, if I'm not wrong, and among other products. And I need to understand, Mishraji, how do you deal with this situation of the OEMs not supporting? We know the GST problems are solved to a great extent. We know the AI issues are going to be solved. The DGC issues are on par with most of IASA small harmonization issues that remain. But you're an independent MRO. Tell us a bit and tell people who want to enter this field, because let's not be greedy at 90% of the 12,000 crores of imports. I'm sure we can afford to have more MRO players in India who can help support aviation.
Namaskar, sir, everybody. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on this prestigious platform. Our concern is basically we are a very small MRO. We are dealing with for the last 30 years with this communication equipments, basically avionics, and perhaps ATMA, which stands for Aircraft Telecom Maintenance Agency, is there for the last 30 years, and this is approved CAR 145 in C3 category. And in eastern part of India, other than Air India, I mean AIESL, no other MRO is there which is approved with this DGCA for such of component servicing and all. Our concern is that we are unable to expand now. We are a very small MRO, and everyone is talking of the MRO, the Boeings, Airbuses, big, huge investment and all. But people have never thought of the MROs for small as ancillaries, which are attached to the airport, which are attached to the bigger MROs, and which can assist MROs basically to give more trust actually by servicing components in different categories like C1, C2, C3, and all these things. And one more thing, so far as MROs is concerned, I must say that the state of MRO in India is slightly pathetic a bit, because in spite of having congested airports and all this, we never have thought of IASA approvals. We have never thought of FAA approvals. Now we have got a lot of number of leased aircrafts, small aircrafts, some of the helicopters also, twin engine helicopters also we have got on lease. And these lease aircrafts, which are basically lessors are from European or American companies. And when the lease return is there, they insist that this servicing should be done by some EASA or this EASA or FAA approved companies only. And we have got out of so many, more than 100 MROs are maybe there actually all over India, but we have got only few which are equipped with this license, EASA license. So that is one of the basic things which we need to improve, in fact. And incidentally, Eastern region has never been thought of to go for the MRO, which I don't know why it has never been thought of. Although the other airports are congested, and sometimes you'll find that there is no place for the aircraft to stand over there. Very recently, Airworks have taken CISL hangars also in Kochi, and they park their aircraft and they service their aircraft in Kochi nowadays. CISL. But it has never been thought of that Eastern region also could be one of the wonderful place to go for MROs in any scale, be it small or be it bigger. Eastern region has got some advantages. That advantages which everyone knows about this is that this is the only state which is surrounded by all those friendly neighbors countries. And but like Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and very close to the Southeast Asian countries also. And the accessibility that reduces about your ferry flight from these countries or to these countries is accessibility is within 40 minutes to 1.5 hours or 2 hours maximum. So that saves a lot of communication. And Kolkata particularly has got a huge reserves of natural and human resources. It is West Bengal only at the largest and more connected easternmost state. From northeastern state to any part of the India, in between this West Bengal comes. So it is West Bengal only as the largest and most connected easternmost state, which can link the northeastern region to the rest of the country for the any industrial development, whether it is MRO or for that reason any other industrial development. So these are some of the positive factors, and you will appreciate that out of all the metros, Calcutta is the only metro which has got the cheapest manpower, and here the living cost is the cheapest out of all the MROs, all the metros. So of course, this Eastern region becomes very much choice for this, and I plead for that. Yes, there should be some benefit should be given to all small MROs in terms of SEZ facilities, small industry facilities, giving land very near to the airport, and so that actually we can extend our facility and we can go for EASA approvals also, even having the scale of this shop maintenance only. We need to develop some shops, some more shops actually, so like fabrication shops, and what Mr. Ravinder has told very correctly. Now you think of the position that with that CAGR growth of air passengers at 12.04%. Now we must think of that within 5 years or 6 years or maximum 8 years in normal situation, the passenger growth will be doubled. The passengers will be doubled actually as of today. Today we have got 1,500 aircraft registered. So in 8 years or 9 years, we'll be needing about 1,500 aircraft more. Now with 1,500 aircraft more, we will be having 3,000 aircraft. That means about 6,000 engines. So what Mr. Ravinder has told actually is I do appreciate, and because I was in Air India also for a long time, and we have faced the problem. We are since because of this modular system of systems, actually everything has come in a very close compact, and OEMs they want that just to sell those modules instead of giving the spares. So purchasing module becomes, or maintenance becomes easy, but purchasing the module becomes very costly.
So Michelle, let me allow some more people to come in before, because there's
Mr. Malkani,
Mr.
Malkani, for us, can I 2 minutes? Can I take what Mr. Mishra has added? I'd just like to add on.
Please.
See, Air India has basically 2 component overalls, and he must be aware that we have all sorts of shops: is instrument, radio. We have a high flow shop. We have an APU shop where we are overhauling engines, dash lighting. So, sir, just to apprise you, Mr. Lakhani, I don't know if you have been to Calcutta. The area what we have is 55,000 square meters of land. And the hangar is separate, that is 80 by 80 hangar is there, 6,400 square meters plus 5,000 square meters in front of the hangar. So we have ample of space. And as Mr. Mishra is saying, we are also feeling if we have to survive in business, the only way to go forward is go for EASA. See, when Mr. Luigi came to our premises, that is what we discussed. See, he was interested in APU shop. The only deterrent, which was the certification, what we have is DGC and not EASA. So we are supporting multiple things. We have, see, the point is the availability of all the equipments, machines, manpower, and as Mr. Mishra is saying, it is the cheapest metro. So I am unable to understand when I came to Calcutta, Eastern region was taken as a taboo. Nobody wanted to come here. And moreover, the output of the place was also not good. But if you really push things through, there has been drastic changes in the last 5 months of RAISL in Calcutta. So people are good. That my experience is they're hardworking, cheap labor is available, survival is low, and moreover, the land cost is much, much lower as compared to Delhi and Mumbai. So this is one of the most best options for anybody to come in for a MRO is Calcutta or Eastern region. And connectivity of the different places there. Sorry, Mr. Makhan.
So, sir, here's the thing. I completely agree with Mishra ji on his EASA FA. You know, there are some companies, as example, Max is one of India's most approved EASA FA companies. It is driven by two things. One is that they're expensive it needs a different cultural mindset of an organization. It's not that easy to achieve and even more tougher to sustain. But once you get there, it is doable. I see no reason why ATMA or AISL cannot do it. I have no reason to believe it cannot be done. But to be fair to Mishra ji, let me update you, sir. Don't ask for SEZ. It's a disaster right now in terms of taxation issues. For all practical purposes, to work in a DTA is better for every MRO. MROs in SEZ have huge challenges. Land around in the airport for MRO for us, that is MSMEs from AI at a much, much more reasonable rate is an extremely fair request from the government, because if you don't get land at the airport, I mean, I can't see you putting an MRO in one of those beautiful green paddy fields around Bengal. As beautiful as it may seem, and we get good Joel March and whatever, you won't get a good MRO over there. So one of the things that MRO needs, you know, when we talk of the cost of the parts, and we mentioned this a number of times, whether it's OEM parts or it's PMA parts or the cost of bringing parts. And, you know, we have Anamika Sinha with us, who's heading an organization called SCL, and I believe that's a logistics company. And Anamika, you know, one of the challenges all MROs face is because we're not in the business of volume. We are in the business of value. All the pieces we need are high value products. So we end up buying, as you may buy a few radio parts or something, little thing, but they'll cost $10,000, $20,000. And then companies under your banner of SCL charges an arm and a leg for importing. How is the forwarding and freight and logistics company going to help more so in Eastern India, because we have even a lower volume than in the Mumbai and Delhi of India? Please tell me.
Thank you, Mr. Masani. Actually, I would start with a little clarifications. In view of the present discussions that went on, I believe my other day suggestion may have sounded a little abrupt also in terms of why the support towards the OEM went. And today I would want to, I got the opportunity, and I'm sorry I could not come back the other day, being caught up. SCLA is more into promoting investment and promoting the industry. Okay. So investment, when it was in picture, and with the recent pro, I would say, as you rightly mentioned earlier, recent pro policies that have been brought in favor of the MRO. I would want to add few lines to the intent behind promoting and how to bring in investment, with the investors asking some clarification. So I'm of the opinion, say major 6 functional and operational benefits have been brought about, like the new allotment process has been looked into, as it will be on an open tender basis. Then allotment tenure would be for 30 years. And the lease rental, again, would be decided on the bidding basis. Then the market lease rental, which was renewed every year, now is on the market norm basis, like 15% on every 3-year basis. So the renewal, as mentioned, also has ROFR, basically right of first refusal, if it is within 15%. And then the 13% royalty has been taken away from the EI, which sounds as a favor. So my understanding these benefits, the intent was that if the amount of fleet expectation is to be increasing about, say, we're expecting in next 5 years about more 2,000 plus aircrafts in India, with the main present MROs hub being only in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Nagpur and Mumbai, and if it has been expanded to 8 more airports, then Calcutta being one of them, how much readiness of the Indian existing MRO setup is there? And would OEM, now I would like to come to the question that I put forth, is like, would OEM a joint venture with the existing MROs help build the investment forum? So in that lieu, I think my question was too short at that time to help. If I may then, of course, component price has already been highlighted. Now, if I say, as like, okay, Boeing has also taken up joint venture for our Indian Navy and IAF for the MRO services with Airworks. So the setup is already in the norms and already in the process. So how to make best use of it in constructing and allowing the expansion of the MRO industry? In that lieu, I wanted to emphasize that there has been a thoughtful movement, like if you are an MRO is actually putting in an investment, so now they're secure for 30 years for that location. So if Calcutta is going to come up and a bidding process is going to come up, how do you, in fact, it is now the other way around. I would take input from the MRO investment side. How would you suggest it is going to be a pro MRO thing, unless if it is taken as a competition, OEM intervention taken as a competition?
So I'm not sure who the question is to. You've got a local company there called.
Being the head of the association, I would like your representative to complete.
We don't know. We don't know enough as an association, as an industry. We've heard Mr. Raminda, we've heard Mr. Mishra. Both have had very positive views about Northeast. But to me, Northeast is not Calcutta. To me, Northeast is much more. It's also the 7 sisters. And when I talk MRO, I'm also referring to that. And when I talk MRO, I'm again not limiting myself to commercial aviation. There is a real solid Air India capability. I call it Air India, it's AIS, which Mr. Raminda is operating under his leadership at Calcutta. Is there space for more companies to come up in his zone of confidence? Maybe. However, you take Guwahati and you take Siliguri and all these places, and a lot of them have helicopter operations, a lot of them in the Northeast. And they also have some amount of operations for Alliance Air. With the impending sale of Air India, per se, I understand Alliance Air will not be so bad. So, when we look at Northeast, which has huge capabilities that can be developed, I'd like us to focus beyond Calcutta as a team when we say Northeast, I'm looking at all these areas, and trust me, the level of penetration for helicopters there, I think is limited for the fact that there's hardly or perhaps no MRO in that region. You really need to put them up. I know of people who are operating Mi-17s, there were some bells in operation, but jitna bhi hai, it is 10% of jitna hona chahiye. And to me, the focus of Northeast must be initially a helicopter. And I'll tell you why. Distances are not long. You take a fixed wing to go 200 kilometers per road, it's hardly 50 kilometers in the air at times. The road takes 250 kilometers, you're going up and down, topsy-turvy, up and down mountains. Helicopters will always be more efficient. So to answer your question straight up, my first focus is to get funding, get development. We'll have the OEMs come and play ball, in the industry. My focus would be to develop more helicopter-based MROs in Northeast, which is an absolute empty space. Whereas Kolkata has ATMA, it has AISL, it also has some other companies. I know that they are the companies that have a prop shop and stuff. And Kolkata being a big metro with cost of labor, if I was to go example, okay, I went to one of the state capitals. I may not even get any colleges there. So even if you have an MRO, who's going to work there? You're not going to get people coming from Calcutta and what you know. So you want to develop local training colleges. You want to develop in ecosystem. You want to set up logistics space, because let's say somebody puts in a fleet of Eurocopters, now Airbus helicopter, or Boeing or Bell helicopter. You need to still get those parts there. So my focus to you, Anamika, let's concentrate on really the Northeast, which has huge opportunity. We've got good educated people. The area has gone extremely safe. There are no more fears of what was there 35 years ago in this country. It's got a great climate. It's got tourism potential. I mean, just the helicopters, it's got tourism potential. To put all Indian helicopters there will be inadequate. So this would be my focus.
It is still yet to develop Calcutta as one of the hub points where the other airports are being developed. The number of crowds that are going to increase. Don't you still feel you would have more people should team up as MROs? And since this is investment in intensive segment. As you rightly said, the components are the cost. This is a cost plus center, and to rationalize just on the not on the infrastructure only, but manpower. Just to subsidize on manpower and bringing in technology these days. There's a lot of automation in the MRO segment also. So. If I would say and advise people to look into MRO as a segment to invest, is it not appropriate, or is it not too in line as to start?
Can I add something, sir?
Just 1 second.
Ma'am, what
just 1 minute. One second.
So you're mute.
Teaming is a commercial decision. Are you able to hear me, guys?
Yeah, I can.
So, wanting to team, not wanting to team, how people team is a commercial decision. Mr. Ramendra is going to come and ask me. I'll ask him, will he allow me to team up with the AISL? Even though he may want it, the decision will lay somewhere else. With Mr. Mishra, I may not have that challenge. Air India is a large government-held company. If I say I'm teaming up tomorrow and taking a partnership in one of your workshops, the first question they'll ask him, why Max? Why not XYZ? And I do understand that. So teaming up, let us leave it. It's a combination of various issues that come into play. But yes, if somebody comes to say an Access Space or a Lufthansa and say, look, we would like to work with you, and this is our plan for Ezwal, this for Imphal, this plan for Arunachal, I think we would all look at it positively. Ramendra, tell me, you wanted to say something.
Sir, I'll answer your last question first. If you want to have a tie-up with us, you're welcome. It will not take time. Lot of things have changed. And a lot of things are changing in Calcutta. I can assure you that. If you ever have been and last whatever and you come again, you will see there is a drastic difference.
I see this as an invitation. Huh? This is an invitation. I'm coming.
Yeah, sir. After Puja, you come and be my guest.
Chalo,
and then see what all we can do.
Done deal.
So done, sir. Before Diwali, I'll expect you. Okay.
Okay.
See, ma'am, what Mr. Malkani is trying to project is, see, interaction or collaboration with us is not difficult now. It was at a stage when he's saying now there is a lot of thought process change. We are open for a lot of things. And we also want to interact. See, basically we are in business. Unless we earn money, we cannot survive. So the basic, Mr. Malkani, am I right? If you don't earn, we cannot survive. So the point is, we want to earn, we want to expand. We have the amount of expertise what we have and amount of support we are providing to. So like you have Car 147 training schools. We are giving them support for OGT. See, multiple things what we are doing. When I did not come to Calcutta, I was not also aware what all is going on. What I saw was, I was also really amazed. See, so many things are there. And see, Calcutta or maybe Eastern region is a taboo. Like nobody wants to go to Eastern. As you think, a lot of helicopter operations are there. ATRs are operating. We are operating ATRs with Alliance Air are operating at 11 of the stations, very remote areas, which I had never been or never heard of before also. And all those aircraft maintenance ATRs are being done at Calcutta. And we are doing it. See, moving, what Mr. Malkani has a thought process, maybe I may differ a bit with him. Calcutta has to be the base for whatever operation it comes in. You can have sub bases, Guwahati or wherever is there. See, you cannot have multiple bases that adds to your cost. You have to manage your cost to increase your revenues. If you don't manage your cost, opening multiple bases is not an issue, but will it be economically viable? Will it be cost economic? So all those factors you have to see. As far as expansion is concerned, I fully agree. This is one of the most still nave areas. Nobody has entered inhabited. See, a lot of things can be done in this part of the India, and anybody who is willing or welcome wants to come to Calcutta, wants our support. Anytime he is welcome, it's an open check for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Sukanya, I also would like to use the opportunity, especially because we have, like I said, two internationals, big internationals, Boeing and Luigi, Lufthansa. Have you received any queries or questions from the people who are going through this very interesting discussion? I don't know how many are logged in, clearly, but if they are and they need to be put up, the time is now, because I do know that in 10 to 15 minutes we will run out of time.
Mr. Malkani, I'll check for that.
Okay.
But so far we have not received anything. We have some, incidentally, I'd like to mention that we have some 300 people signing in today for this session.
Excellent.
And many of them are also from the state government stakeholders. Like Mr. Singh mentioned, I think when I went to invite Mr. Singh, we've had a discussion about Calcutta as being one of the hubs. I'm really delighted that he's put forth that point. But of course, in the region also there is a lot of provision for development of MRO, and Mr. Malkani, you being the president of the MRO Association, you would also be able to appreciate that there is that need for the Guwahati airport to also be being developed in the same manner. I'll check if there are any questions. I don't see anything come through. I'll open the house for any kind of questions.
Please open the house for questions. I would like to be able to get our team to interact with the public at large.
Yes.
I'm going to go back to Lufthansa Technique, because they have Lufthansa Technique's leadership has a special interest in Calcutta. Whether that special interest in Calcutta will drive Lufthansa to do more in Calcutta. Luigi, would you like to respond?
Yes, first of all, maybe I'll spend a minute or two to say something about myself. I've been working in India for more than 10 years and worked also in France, as I used to be in Airbus Group, and worked in Singapore supporting airlines for Asia Pacific. Just to say that I have also a fair understanding of challenges and opportunities as far as the OEMs are concerned, or the airlines, or the service provider, and challenges and opportunities available in India, but also in the neighboring country, because we always have to look at the benchmark, what other countries are doing to foster and push and promote the MRO business. So obviously India has done tremendous progress when it comes to ease of doing business. So it was already mentioned, but when we look at setting up a project in any country, authorities normally they come up with a very, very interesting proposal, like having one window interface to deal with all the regulations and the administration part. On the taxation part, for example, one way to foster a location. It was mentioned that not everyone is eager to develop in Calcutta or in the region. We would be, but one way would be, for example, to make it special. Probably in that location, we could have GST at 0% to make it more attractive. For foreign company, like in our case, having a dividend tax or not being able to repatriate funds and profits after a few years, that also should be abolished if possible, and other tax incentives. It was already mentioned about supporting the training activities with grants, and obviously the facility have to be equipped with on-site clearance for customs 24 hours a day for AOG situation, and then fostering obviously the local condition. I have also something in common with Dr. Akil, because Boeing also has a strong presence in Bangalore. We have almost 200 people that are doing supply chain management, customer service, engineering services, and a few other things, like including the AOG desk. And we believe that we can grow the footprint. We are also proud to say that we are the only foreign MRO paying taxes in India, employing, creating jobs. It's also important that exactly at this point of time, also during the pandemic. What else we could be doing? Many other things. We are in India for 17 years, and we also benefit from discussion with stakeholders, like it is the case today, authorities and the MRO Association also supporting us. Calcutta has attractive points, but again, if we are talking about a global business, we serve customer globally. When we are looking at providing or outsourcing some of our activities, like if we would decide to engage in a partnership locally with a service provider, which we have tried in the past, probably in small scale, to do some repair. For example, if tomorrow I wanted to send some repair to the GM Raminder Singh, yes, unfortunately, the ASA and the FAA certification are a benchmark across the industry for lessors and airlines. So that would be an investment that we feel is worthwhile, and we're also keen to support with knowledge and with experience in that domain, if that can be useful. So if the baselines are available, and it was already mentioned, the land infrastructure and some advantages also for taxation. Talent availability is not an issue. Infrastructure, we discussed. Logistics, obviously the ecosystem has to work together. Availability of supplier tier 1 and tier 2 in India, that also should grow. There are no reason not to do more. Obviously, with the crisis that we are still going through, because we are not yet back on pre-pandemic level, every big organization is looking at restructuring. So we have probably as a company less focus right now to invest. We have more internal focus, but that's an opportunity because we are more keen for partnership and more keen for someone else to invest, and we could use our knowledge. So I don't know if I answer your question, Mr. Bharat, but
no, I think you echoed a sentiment that I have heard across the board for large companies, and I say this to Indian companies, that all the big boys, while we've all been hurt during COVID, the big boys are hurt more. They've had much bigger losses to swallow. And I must tell you, Indian MROs, while impacted, were not impacted as badly during COVID. Part of that is because of the very, I tell you, brave Indian instantaneous policy decision on the GST. It set the tone for things to come, done by Mocha last year. On the 1st of April, despite the COVID had already hit us as a nation, they said, forget it, we are not rolling back reforms. Then this year, Mr. Puri came, and now Mr. Jyotiraditya Sindhya has furthered the reforms, and we expect that. So this, let's say, slower approach from the big boys will kind of give a window opening to Indian organizations to go and establish themselves. And we have Akhil with us. Perhaps what he has done in Nagpur with Air India would be very difficult for a company going to handle with small companies. But perhaps these companies could become unicorns, Akhil, and Boeing would do something. And Air India is government owned and operated. There will always be flexibility challenges, which you will not get with these small organizations. And I'm no one to advise Boeing. Boeing is far too big to take advice from a small person like me. But I still think there may be a window over there for you to look at it differently, how you would encourage it.
Yeah, Bharat, I agree. I agree. But I think more than that, if Calcutta had the first metro in this country, and if Calcutta Airport was the first one to be modernized, I do not see why it cannot be a hub, for MRO. So there has been many firsts for Calcutta, and I think Calcutta continue to be very, very optimistic, bullish about, as Mr. Mishra rightly said, that geographically, it's on the eastern side, and the eastern neighbors are our friendly neighbors. So all those things are in favor of Calcutta. But what I must caution is that I would encourage a strong advocacy, because with 8 new airports being announced to set up a MRO, there's going to be a huge competition in terms of carriers. So I think we need to do a better stakeholders mapping. And the biggest beneficiaries of the MRO network are the other airlines, Air India obviously, but Indigos and SpiceJets and others. I think get them on board, understand from them as to what are their preferences and why Calcutta should be a preferred location for them. I think those kind of discussions with those stakeholders directly perhaps may be a better way to address this situation. So first you have the Indian carriers on board and their priority as Calcutta as a destination of MRO, perhaps that would help. And the second step, which could be a parallel step, is to have the international airlines on board, especially who operate in the eastern, to the countries which are on the eastern side of India. So perhaps that may be an advocacy step for the West Bengal government or the people or the MRO associations in West Bengal to start selling the concept of the reforms that Calcutta has been announced as one of the hubs. So Bhutan should come to us, other Myanmar should come to us, and things like those perhaps will have to be planned and marketed properly. And I think the biggest stakeholder are the airline companies. So I think you need to get them on board as quickly as possible. For gorillas are always with MROs. And people who want to run the maintenance organization, I don't think that there should be any disconnect between the gorillas and the MRO players. I think it's more about the recipients, which are the airline companies, which should be on board as well.
Very valid.
Mr. Malhani, I just take a minute.
Sure.
Mr. Raminder had a very valid point of the component cost, which he highlighted at the start itself. If Mr. Akhil, you could, put a help word over there for all of us here as a guideline, which we are very enlightening for all of us. What is it on this side that you would want to advise?
There is, I think, no second thoughts why Calcutta should not be. But Anamika ji, I am not the key decision maker on this. But I'm sure there are enough reasons why Calcutta should be. And I think both gorillas should, work with all of you there in Calcutta to ensure every kind of support which is needed. And I think our CEOs are absolutely I work very closely with ours, so I know him, and he is extremely approachable and very pragmatic. So Bharat, you have already interacted with
He's
him.
brilliant. He's brilliant.
So,
No
so
doubt
I
about
would,
it.
and he has great experience on the commercial plane side. So I think I have no doubts why he should not provide all his support.
So, can I ask you, and I want to digress just a bit. Does Boeing see a future in developing Indian MRO for their military platforms here as well?
Yes. So, on the defense side, we already have a big organization in India. So we work directly. So our, FSRs, field services representatives, are deployed directly with the, where our platforms are placed. For example, Pathankot, for example, Hindon, for example, Rajali in Chennai. All these customer locations where we have sold our defense products, you will find our FSRs. And we are working directly with the Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, and with the Indian armies. For example, recently during the turmoil in Siachen and also in the Pangong Lake side, when we have had those problems with China, our teams were constantly supporting them from Leh. So it's a continuous process. And similar thing we do for our commercial plane customers. So whether it's Air India, whether it's SpiceJet and others, our representatives are based inside customer offices to provide them 24/7 support. So from a company standpoint, I think both commercial planes and defense, it's like the relationship is like this, completely joined it. It's not even a handshake, it's a holded hand.
So that's another opportunity, for all our listeners out there. India has embarked on a major spree to modernize its aviation infrastructure on the government side. And while history would dictate that we bought everything from Russia or Eastern Bloc, that has now come a complete circle. It has changed. So while we still have a very strong complement of the Su-30 fighter, the MiGs are actually being retired as we speak every day, and so many other aircraft. And they, for people who have got strong, and I do insist on the word strong because it's completely strong technical organizations, that opportunity also does present itself. And here again, it's an empty opportunity because military requires multiple location of MROs, unlike civil, which are optimized for cost efficiency. Military is not always optimized for cost efficiency, but for logistics of efficiency and for locational benefit. Raminderji, you were saying something?
I was just saying what Mr. Akhil is saying. They have a field service representative. Normally, all OEMs have. We have CFM, we have both the gorillas that people sitting. So they are supportive. There is no issue, and they are supportive in every way. I'll appreciate everybody, all of them. That was what I was.
Thank you. So we have someone from the West Bengal government who wants to pose a query. Sukanya, can you have that query either through the audio or through the text come up to us, please? Incidentally, Sukanya, you're muted, so I don't know your response.
I don't think he still posed it. I had Mr. Manis Goswami, who's the aircraft maintenance engineer, and he works with the government of Bengal. I don't think he's posted anything yet. He wanted to make a few points about investment in the region, actually, but because of technical issues, we are not able to bring him.
Okay, no matter. So let me talk. I did a very interesting seminar on this investment in the region. One of the challenges that we face as India is something that again we're trying to talk to the government, and for all those, we try to solve this similar challenge I'm coming to a concept called GIFT City in Gujarat, and that is a cost of money. We have a very high cost of money in this country. For most people, it's LIBOR plus 2 basis points, 3 basis points, 10 basis points, whatever. And as Indians, it means you're basically buying money between 2 and 3%. And when we see it, we say, oh my God, it's like free. Because for us, money starts at 10%, 11%, 12%, 13%. And that's something for all the potential investors out there, I would like to flag it to you. Here's one truth. The average EBITDAs on MROs are between 7 and 8%. And if you're going to pay 12% interest on your money, or anything in that category, then whatever you do, whatever effort you make, you're basically better off working for a bank, because here what you're doing is making your money and giving it to your bank. So be sure that no matter what you do, you have a fair level of your own personal equity to start with. And once you grow, I'm hoping that you surpass these numbers. But it continues to be a challenge in our country because for whatever reasons, and I'm not an economist and I won't go there, you will find it hard pressed to get EBITDAs of exceeding 10% in MRO industry. You get the volume, but 10% is pretty much it. I don't know, maybe Luigi's got Lufthansa makes 30-40%. We all know they've gotten to that point at somewhere. But this is something I wanted to just flag for our viewers out there. But anyone else has any other points that you want to flag to your viewers, please be there, because we've got about 5 to 8 minutes.
So what you're saying is at 10%, I'll put it the other way out. It depends on, basically it's a labor cost, it's per hour charges, per man hour cost. So it depends on an individual and with the volume of business, how much you're able to get through. So that profits will all be linked with it. So.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you, Ramanda.
I said, sir, what I said is, what you're saying is 10% of profits. It's a very variable figure. It's basically the man hour cost you have an agreement. And
relating, Ramanda, was when we did surveys across the board from Indian companies and international, what we are realizing is the average EBITDA for our trade, for the industry, is between 7 to 8%.
Yeah, I agree.
For a good return. Now, there will always be times when you do really well on a product line, we could go to 10%. But all that being said, if your interest cost is going to be 12% upward, then how it looks to a simple economist like myself is that whatever effort you do, you'll end up being the bank. And this is something I always say, you take everything else away. If you don't have your own equity to invest up front as a chunk, you are going to struggle if it is leveraged equity.
So the international companies are nowadays paying in 5 to 6% rate of interest. So that equation is now changing. The rest, I agree with you. Unless you earn, you cannot pay if you take them. It is idealistic to have your own equity to start off. Because initially, yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. Which is why we have told the government to give, so they have done away with royalties on airports, AI. We've said for the initial MROs, please give a huge discount on land rentals. Allow them to grow. We are not even fledglings with wings. We're just kind of cracking the egg. Allow us to come to a stage where we can fly.
Perfectly true, sir. And one more thing I'll say, sir. I've worked in Delhi. I have now come to Kolkata. I've found Kolkata, if you have to run an MRO, is much cheaper compared to Delhi. And
Mumbai, for the good food and the MRO.
Yes, but I agree with you. But if you compare, like if I compare the rentals which you are paying to Mumbai airport or Delhi airport, and if you compare with this, the land cost, land rentals, and nothing is, see, it's much cheaper in Calcutta compared to other places. And I'm debating this because I practically, if I had not been working in Calcutta, I never would have agreed. I'm basically counting on it because it's my first-hand experience of the system. And I would say anybody who wants to start off, Mr. P.N. Mishra will also agree what I'm saying is to quite a good extent is true, sir. What do you say, sir?
Yeah, very, very correct, sir. You have very correctly said. Calcutta is the expertise in Calcutta is means tremendous. Actually, you will find that in all field, from West Bengal, in all field, actually everywhere the people are there, and most of the people actually, what I have found actually in some of the MROs when I visited Dinata and all, I found from West Bengal a lot of people are there. And Calcutta, of course, Calcutta is one more advantage is there from Calcutta or Guwahati that I'll say. Then if you start after doing the night checks over there or heavy checks over there, the night checks, if you start the flight from Guwahati or Calcutta, you can because it's a land of rising sun. So you can fly there for longer period, more than the 10 hours in a day, 10 hours or more of flying. So you can go to Bhuj, which is about a sunset limitation. You start from here, you get about a stretch of about 15 to 16 hours in a day, where you can fly the aircraft and you can get accumulate more and more aircraft, use the aircraft more, and you need not have you can accumulate. Say normally we are flying for about 10 hours in a day maximum, but here actually you are getting 15 hours, 16 hours. Start from Teju, start from Imphal, start from Guwahati. The sun rises in Imphal at about 4:30 in the morning, and sunsets in Bhuj at about 7:30 in the evening. So such a long stretch you are getting. If you are starting from from Bhuj or from sunset limitation Bala place, and you are coming to Ahmedabad for landing in the night, you are getting about 16 hours to fly. So this is an added advantage. Actually, it may be a very hypothetical or something like that. Mr. Bharat is.
We have to close. This is a demographic benefit of a country that has probably in need of more than a time zone, but I don't want to go there. And definitely Calcutta being lower priced than the rest of India is another demographic benefit. First of all, I want to thank each one of the speakers. Ravinderji from Air India, Akhil from Boeing, Mr. Mishra, Mr. Luigi and Anamika, and of course Sukanya for holding this matter. I hope that it's been interesting for all our viewers. I understand that there's still more than 300 logged in right now. So that's very fascinating. I hope that we'll be able to actually develop the MRO of this country, now going beyond Northeast and Eastern India.
So one last...
We can come, just
sorry,
because we will cut off in a while. To a level that we can make a difference. I think it's long overdue. 75 years independence is enough. Our aircraft rules pre-independence, 1934. And whatever other discussion we have to have, Ravinderji, please feel free to call me. I've been already told that the buzzer has gone off a few minutes ago. But I'm still coming to Kolkata. I'm coming for the, like I said, for the food and the MRO.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, all. Thank you for being patient and for all your insights into the industry.
Thank you.
I'll say bye, Sukanya.
Sir, one last thing I'll like to add on is what I have observed is the quality of workmanship in Calcutta. If they are really dedicated, if you really follow them up or give them a good advice and a direction.
That's where the East India Company came there, sir. They found the smartest people.
Yes, sir, maybe. But it is good, sir. And I would like to thank you, Mr. Baka, for being the organizing this chat and CII.
So
thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Be happy with your presence, Mr. Raminder. Thank you so much with the initiatives taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for a wonderful session.
We'll say goodbye.